Mic check, mic check.
Good evening. Good evening. We'll call this special meeting to order. I want to announce this meeting is live streamed on the district's. That's on. This meeting will be live streamed to the district's website. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Owens, can you please take the roll call?
Mr. Barrick.
Here.
Mr. Clancy.
Present.
Mr. Dratt.
Present.
Mr. Ford.
Here.
Mr. Gossert.
Here.
Mrs. Nestor. Here. Mrs. Pottiger. Here. Mr. Roush.
Here.
Mr. Schaffner.
Here. We have motion to approve the agenda. Motion. Motion, a second? Second. All those in favor?
Hold on, you didn't ask for any comment, Mr. Roush.
Are there any comments?
I have a comment. This will be directed towards Mr. Roush as well as Mr. Cassidy, our solicitor. According to policy 903, public participation in board meetings. This is advertised as a special meeting. This applies to members of the public that participate in regular and special board meetings, which this is a special board meeting. Prior to taking any action, as you see, there's an agenda item that's a little obscure, but it can be anything we want, but there will be motions and we will be taking action. Prior to that, we're required to have a public comment prior to taking any action, and they have things set up. I know there was a cutoff at 5 o'clock this afternoon for individuals wanting to make public comment. However, according to the policy, which applies to special meetings, in addition, there should be an opportunity for the public to comment prior to taking action, as well as we need to provide afford the public, all of you that took the time to come here, the same opportunity for public comment, a second public comment after we take action. Is that correct, Mr. Cassidy?
So board policy 006 does provide that the board can or has adopted a policy for a second comment period at the end of each public meeting. That is a board policy. That second comment period is not required by state law under the Sunshine Act. And so the board can suspend its own policy with respect to a second public comment period.
So in other words, you're saying as it's written, we'd be violating policy, but we'd have to have a motion to suspend our own policy and deny all these people, whenever we make a decision, a chance to comment on a second time as we do in normal course of business. Is that what you're saying?
So it's simply the board approving the agenda with a public comment period before the board taking action this evening in advance of that action. The public is given an opportunity certainly to provide comment to the board subsequent to tonight's meeting, whether it's written comments via email or appearing at the next board meeting, which I believe is scheduled for May 6th.
So if we approve this, then we're going to deny everybody out here a chance to comment on what action we finally ultimately take. Is that a correct statement?
I disagree with that characterization. The public will have an opportunity to provide any commentary with respect to any action taken by the board this evening. Again, whether it's by email communication to the board after tonight or during the next public meeting on May 6th.
But not here tonight. They will not be able to talk after action's taken.
That is correct, based upon the agenda that's been presented to the board.
In other words, if we say yes to this agenda,
That is correct.
I request a roll call vote.
Yeah, Mrs. Owens, could you please take a roll call vote on the agenda, please?
Mr. Barrick,
No.
Mr. Clancy,
No, for the reason that Mr. Drapp stated.
Mr. Drapp,
Absolutely no.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Mr. Gossert,
Absolutely, yes.
Mrs. Nestor,
Yes.
Mrs. Potiker,
No.
Mr. Roush,
Yes.
and Mr. Schaffner.
Yes. Mrs. Owens, could you please announce the tally of the vote, please?
5-4 motion to carry.
Thank you. As president, I've called this special board meeting to discuss the board's decision from April 15th, 2024 meeting. This decision to have this meeting tonight has become more evident to me after hearing the rumors of disciplinary and termination against our administrators. I would like to first address the rumors that have been in the media, various Facebook groups, blog posts, and other social media venues. At no time has this board discussed, suggested any discipline or termination of any administrators, educators, or other staff. Because of the planning and scheduling of Mr. Pancholy's speaking engagement or the letter of that our superintendent and his senior cabinet have signed and distributed to the staff. The assumption that our executive sessions were scheduled to terminate our administrators are totally false. We have heard from the CV families, students, staff, administrators, and the public on canceling Mr. Pancholy's speaking engagement. We deeply apologize for any difficulties this decision may have caused for Mr. Pancholy, his family, our student body, the district staff, administrators, and mostly our CV community. The message on anti-bullying is important for students to hear and understand. We all live in a very diverse and constantly changing world. For our children to be successful after graduation, we need to provide them with a good education that includes the skills to help them interact with others of different faiths, ethnic and cultural backgrounds, and sexual orientations. Every student Thank you. Thank you. Every student should be supported by our district. I'm sorry our actions on April 15th made some of our students, faculty, and community feel different and not accepted. I hope that tonight's meeting will help resolve our differences and bring our district, our community, staff, and especially our students the ability to move forward and come together as one. Some of our board members have a few opening statements that they would like. Mr. Schaffner?
Thank you, Mr. Roush. Good evening, everyone. I want to apologize to everyone this evening. Especially our students, staff, and families. I will accept the blame because of the insensitive word I spoke on April 15th. I fully understand the interpretation of my poor word choice, but that is not what I meant. I am not a prejudiced person, and that is not who I am or what Cumberland Valley stands for. Cumberland Valley is an exceptional school district. I am proud of the diversity in the Cumberland Valley School District and agree that nothing could be more important than a message of acceptance and anti-bullying, not only for our students, but for everyone. Thank you.
Mrs. Pottinger?
Thank you. Good evening. I wanted to make a statement because there has been a lot of misinformation regarding my values based on my comments on April 15th. I value human life equally and that every individual deserves to be treated with dignity. My words were not meant to disrespect the value of any individual. So I want every student, staff, administrator, and individual in the community to understand that I believe every individual has value and should be treated with kindness and respect. I apologize to those that felt like I was taking value away from them as individuals with my words. That was not my intention or reflection of my values. My yes vote regarding the speaker was based on his political activism.
Okay, I'm going to say this one time. We need to be respectful to each other, even though we may not agree. Okay? Mrs. Potter, go ahead and continue.
Thank you. Videos from his youth summit talks on his website talk about politics and social justice. The term activism can be used in many ways. It can be good as we advocate for the things that we believe in. However, the author's website, Act to Change, references anti-racism toolkit, how violent protests change politics. It reads, I would say that nonviolent protests can be very effective if they're able to get media attention. And that's a very strong relationship between media coverage and public concern about whatever issue these protesters are raising. But there's conditional effect of violence. And what that means in practice is that groups that are the object of state violence and are able to get particularly sympathetic press and a large amount of media coverage. There are other comments that are very concerning in this anti-racism toolkit that are anti-police. We have campus police at Cumberland Valley and believe we should make sure that we continue to develop a positive relationship between our police and our students and all law enforcement because they're here to help our community and we need to teach respect. My last concern is that if we do have a serious bullying problem, which it seems we do, then we should be addressing it with professional counselors certified to speak on it, that we are sure to capture all aspects without any type of activism leaning one way or another. I do have the numbers from the Department of State School Safety, and yes, our numbers have definitely increased. I do think bullying is something that needs to be addressed by the district in a broader sense and look forward to working with the other school board members that we can help all students in our district. Thank you.
Mrs. Nestor?
Good evening, and thank you for being here tonight. I want to first apologize to our administration and our staff. When families question curriculum at our schools, we have a process in place in which we allow our administrators to investigate, give feedback, and advise. So I apologize that I did not allow that process to take place and made an uninformed decision. I fully support our superintendent, our cabinet, faculty, students, and families at Cumberland Valley. Secondly, I trust those administrators in those positions and know that they have the students' best interest at heart. Thank you for your continued efforts to make our schools a safe environment for all students to learn. I trust that the principal and administrators will provide an anti-bullying assembly that is appropriate for our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. That is the key point in all our curriculum instruction here at CV. We trust that our administrators and teachers provide a safe learning environment for all of our students. So I have read and heard all emails on both sides, so that is why I am here tonight and support this special meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Ford? Mr. Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Roush. It is my opinion that last week this board made several mistakes, not the least of which was rushing to a vote before we did our research. Over the last week, I've heard from many in our community, and tonight we have the ability to fix those mistakes. If given the opportunity, I will vote tonight to reinstate the speaker as originally scheduled. As originally scheduled by our administrators. My original vote was a mistake of unpreparedness and nothing more. If not for my own job as a teacher, I would plan to be there on May 22nd to hear the anti-bullying presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Barrick? Thank you. First, Mr. President, I've been made to understand that the public comment card acceptance was cut off at 5 p.m. I truly hope that is not the case. It does not follow our precedents from regular meetings. And everyone within this district should be given their right to speak at such an important and energized meeting, not simply teachers and folks that happen to get off work early. Please allow all residents and taxpayers the opportunity to be heard. Now, at the April 15th school board meeting, I stated, and I quote, "My thoughts on this is we shouldn't have any political activism here. Whenever I was campaigning and going door to door, what I told everybody that I talked to is we need to get politics out of our school. In this case, why would we invite someone who considers themselves a political activist to come to talk to our children at our school? Get politics out of our schools." This
This was followed by applause by those in attendance, applause which was muted in the live stream for reasons unknown. Since that meeting, my integrity has been called into question by a few digital activists who claim that I'm an extremist and I didn't really mean what I said. For the record, these people have never talked to me directly, neither before nor after Monday's meeting. I'd like to take a few minutes and outline why exactly I consider Mr. Pancholy a political activist. First, as already mentioned, Maulik Pancholy considers himself a political activist. Second, he is the co-founder and chair of the Act to Change organization. Exploring their website, they state their mission as working to end bullying for Asian American and Pacific Islander youth. Their vision for the world is a world where all youth, including within the AAPI community, have the opportunity to grow up feeling proud and supported in the development of their identity and sharing of their stories. I must admit that this is a mission and a vision that I myself can get behind. As I continued exploring their website, under resources, I opened what they call the Racism is a Virus Toolkit. This toolkit is a 40-page document. Let's take a brief look at why I find it and this organization, for which Mr. Pancholy is the co-founder and current chair, concerning. On page 3, we start with Act to Change acknowledges that bullying stems from white supremacy, racism, and xenophobia, among others. Mr. Roush. Moving to page 10, they state, if you are a victim of a hate crime or hate incident, here are some steps you can take. Step 3, reclaim your space, which includes calling attention to their behavior and publicly shaming them, which may de-escalate the situation. Step 6, report the incident, urge the officer to check the hate basis motivation or hate crime incident box on the police report. Page 15, on talking to your parents regarding protest. They, referring to your parents, could say to you, I still don't understand why there are riots and so much violence. Why can't they protest peacefully or change laws within the system? Your response could be, much of the violence at these peaceful protests have been instigated by the police. Also, peaceful protests have historically been unsuccessful and have resulted in further silencing of Black voices. In order to change the structure of our current education, legal, and policing system, many find it necessary to upend the current system by any means necessary. This is followed by a suggested reading of How Violent Protests Change Politics. Moving on to page 16. Page 16, we discuss model minority and its creation to further uphold white supremacy. Again, with a suggested reading, The Color of Success. Page 17, they discuss digital activism, noting to the reader that you might say that Asian people aren't the protesting type.
Mr. Barrett, 1 minute, please. I know some of you may not agree with his comments, but please be respectful to him and the other individuals in the room. Thank you.
Page 17, we discuss digital activism, noting to the reader that you might say Asian people aren't the protesting type. Wrong. Tiananmen Square, Guangzhou Uprising, Comfort Women, The AHNHPI community has a long history of protesting, the document says. If one does not want to protest in the streets, there are other ways to help, especially in the digital age. Take a look at K-pop fandom. Thousands of fans hijacked white supremacist hashtags as support to the Black Lives Matter movement. Find a way to take a stand. Okay. Teachers. Page 19 teaches how to find protests in your area, how to help finance protests, noting that if you don't have the financial means to try finding videos on YouTube whose content creators have pledged to donate the money made off the video to an activist organization. Page 21 explains how non-Black protesters may fear the police, but they do not face the threat of incarceration.
Mr. Barrett, hold on.
Miss,
All right. If we don't settle down, we're gonna take a recess and we'll come back in a little while and we'll sit here. I'm just asking you to just listen to what he has to say and be respectful, and then we'll move on.
page 22. Page 22, what should I know?
Mr. Roush,
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Roush, this would be a reminder to the members of the public who are attending tonight's meeting that this is a public meeting. The expectation is that each and every person in this room is going to be quiet and respectful to each and every speaker tonight. And if anyone disrupts this meeting, that's a violation of the law in terms of disrupting a public meeting. And so we have security here, and this is not a threat. This is actually a request that everyone please abide by this request to be courteous to each and every speaker. There are going to be a wide variety of opinions shared this evening, and each and every opinion is important and valid. So if anyone is not willing to abide by the expectation that you comport yourself and maintain peace and quiet during this meeting, then we'll have security ask you to leave. So thank you for your courtesy, and we hope to have a very fruitful and meaningful meeting this evening. So thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Page 22, what should I know before attending a protest or rally? First, go with a buddy or people you know who have similar expectations. Are you just interested in showing your support and watching from afar? Or do you want to get close to the police riot line? Point 2, dress and pack to prepare for violence. Wear comfortable shoes, black unidentifiable clothes, and layers that you can take off to avoid being identified by law enforcement. 3, always wear a mask. If during the day, wear sunglasses too. 4, eat beforehand and bring snacks. You never know when you might find yourself in a police kettle and need to snack up to keep your energy up. 5, pack water and stay hydrated. Note, you can also use water to rinse your eyes if you get tear gassed. 6, think critically about whether or not to bring your phone and always turn off your location. It can help you coordinate with friends, but can also be snatched up and hacked by police. Do your part to fight against surveillance state by turning off your data location before arriving at the protest. This can also help if you get arrested so that prosecutors can't use this data against you or others. 7, be aware of your surroundings and transportation. If you end up caught in the moment and protesters start shutting down the roads, it may be difficult to get to your car before the meter runs out. If you can afford it, it's best to pay for parking in a secure lot. This will protect your vehicle from getting towed or impounded if you happen to get arrested. Don't take pictures of others and avoid having photos taken of you. Federal prosecutors have used video and photos obtained from arrested journalists and protesters to help build their cases. 9, don't post any photos from the protest. 10, pay attention to the police and look out for them forming lines in front of and behind you. Finally, point 11, preparing for a protest. Trust your gut and stay safe. Experiencing a mass protest like the one seen across the US and the world can be extremely empowering and powerful. At the same time, getting shot with rubber bullets and seeing friends arrested can cause lasting trauma. Wow. All right, page 26, we discuss organizing a protest. And finally, on page 30, they suggest starting an organization within your school. Folks, there's a lot more that I don't have time to cover, but I'm going to stop here. If you cannot yet understand why I personally consider Maulik Pancholy a political activist, we can simply agree to disagree. Given that Maulik himself considers himself a political activist, maybe you should let he too know that he actually is not. Let me conclude by stating once more, get politics out of our schools. Thank you.
CV students, staff, administrators, cabinet, and community. At the April 15th meeting, I voted on a matter that I was not prepared. I voted on a matter that was not prepared for, and I regret that vote. I made a rushed decision, and I regret and felt horrible about the decision and the vote. It's important to me that I accept my error, and I do what I can do to make it right. I left myself lapse in the reasoning and why I'm on this board. That's to fight for our kids and provide our educators, administrators, and staff the ability to provide the quality education and skills for all our kids to go into the world with a great education and the ability to succeed and overcome any obstacle they encounter. Last week, I did not keep that promise to myself and especially to all our kids. I'm hoping this meeting tonight can right the wrong and move all of us forward and learn from our mistakes and continue to make this district and our entire community great. We all over it to our kids. Mr. Gossard.
Good evening. Apparently all you folks wearing white out there didn't read the toolkit. So first off, I would like to begin my remarks this evening by thanking all that are here tonight and all that couldn't be here tonight due to other commitments, but have reached out to me over the past week. I would also like to thank my fellow board members who have shown me understanding and grace as I deal with and continue to deal with a family matter. While I may not have been at the meeting to discuss this added agenda item, I am part of this board and responsible for their decisions. Like many in this room, was shocked and saddened by last week's vote to disinvite Mr. Pancholy without seeking or allowing input from the administration or public. While this met the definition of de minimis in accordance with the Sunshine Act, the impact of this decision was not. We must and will do better. To the administrators, faculty, and staff, I want you to know that I support you 1,000%. What you have endured since this vote makes my heart sad. Each one of you are a vital part of the engine that keeps Cumberland Valley running. Running each day, and for that, you have my respect and admiration. Considering all that has occurred, you showed up and continue to do your job with the utmost professionalism. You put a happy face on for our children, even though you were not happy. I want you to know, while you may not hear it often enough, you are valued, you are loved, and you are respected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Is there any other board
Hold on a
members that
second, I'm
wish?
not done yet, so hold on a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Dr. Blanchard, thank you for your leadership through this and for many years to follow. This crisis has challenged you in ways unlike anything you've ever experienced. You were put into a very difficult position and you shined. You are wise beyond your years. Your actions made me proud and reinforced my vote to appoint you as our superintendent. You have managed this crisis skillfully, and there is still much work to be done. Our CV community can take comfort knowing they have a tremendous leader in you. Mr. Roush, our board president, what I've witnessed from you throughout this ugly situation is why you are our president. Through changing stories, countless phone calls, emails, rumors, threats, and unknown hours worked, you have stood strong, working hard every day from the start of this process of restoring Cumberland Valley brand. You did this in conjunction with still showing up every day for your paying job and also being there for Lauren and your daughters. For those of us present and or watching this evening, please know that I may appear to be one of the most quiet board members on this board. I have not been quiet through this unforced error that has caused a stain on our community. I want you to know that I will work and not relax until that stain is removed. Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Dawson.
Thank you. Dr. Blanchard?
Thank you, Mr. Roush, and to the rest of the board for the opportunity to share information that admin did not available to the board when they voted on April 15. Over the past several years, administrators at the middle school have brought in young adult authors for school day assemblies as a unique experience. Sometimes the author's work is connected directly to curriculum, but often the topic is connected to school culture and the student experience. Some recent authors include Margaret Peterson Haddix, Ellen O, and Omar Muhammad. This past fall, we revisited the possibility of Maulik Pancholy visiting Mountain View Middle School. Since the initial inquiry, he has published another award-winning young adult book from when we first contacted him in 2019. As with all author selections, we look for someone who writes for this age group and can engage this age group through presentation, can speak to the process of writing, the importance of creativity and individual thought, and the value of schooling, reading, and education. Someone who has a message that is in line with our school and district values, especially for middle school students. This is often connected to bullying, standing up for someone marginalized, showing kindness to all, and working hard to achieve your goals. Someone who has the ability to connect broadly with all students, but more specifically with subsets of students who are often marginalized. And of course, someone who fits within our budget. Mr. Pancholy meets these criteria because we have a state and federal mandate to develop and implement anti-bullying programs. A student assembly on this topic can be an efficient and effective way to meet this need. Mr. Pancholy's advocacy is centered around anti-bullying, and he has traveled the country presenting in middle schools this message. He uses his life experiences to highlight the path to success through resilience, a message relatable to all students. We believe his activism is best described as advocacy for what is good and right. Namely, the appropriate and respectful treatment of all people, especially in the public space. Empathy is one of our competencies, and spreading a message of kindness and inclusion fits with our state and federal mandates, with board policy, and with our mission and value statements as a public school. Mr. Pancholy is a comedian by trade, so his presentations are often captivating and engaging for our students. As I said, Mr. Rausch, thank you for the opportunity, to the rest of the board for this opportunity to share information that we did not previously have opportunity to share and therefore was not available to the board when they made their decision on April 15th.
Thank you. As we prepare for public comments, and as part of this special meeting, I kindly ask for your cooperation in ensuring that the time together this evening is used effectively. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to share their thoughts. With the anticipation of a high volume of speakers, I respectfully request that if your sentiments are already been expressed by an earlier speaker, you please consider acknowledging this so that we can be considerate to everyone's time. Additionally, if your name is called out and you wish to no longer speak, you may simply say as such, and we will move on to the next individual. There'll be 2 podiums are located at the front of the Performing Arts Center. To help move through this process efficiently, 2 names will be called at a time. The first name will be that of the current speaker. The second name will be the on-deck speaker. As you hear your name being called to be on deck, please make sure your way to the open podium to await your turn to speak. Please be respectful to all speakers. We will not permit name-calling, obscenities, or outbursts. Additionally, as per Policy Board 903, we may request any individual to leave the meeting when that person does not observe reasonable decorum, and we may recess or call for an adjournment to another time if the lack of public decorum interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting as to warrant such an action. Thanks for the cooperation. Mrs. Owens, can you call the first 2 speakers, please?
Lindsay Hammer and Jennifer Barr.
Everyone else is going to base their statements off which you start, so make sure it's good.
Hello. Yeah. My name is Lindsay Hammer. My husband and I have lived in Hamden Township with our 3 kids for just over 9 years. Our oldest is a senior at CV, and our other 2 are in 3rd and 1st grade at Sporting Hill. Like many, we moved here because we knew this district's reputation. It's big, but it's great. My family quickly saw what everyone meant and happily settled into the rhythm of Cumberland Valley with enthusiasm. My husband and I came from small towns and love the culture our children are exposed to. We love the multiple opportunities this district has to offer. And I was proud of the acceptance CV appeared to have of all. When the news covered stories of book bans or firing gay teachers and other atrocities, I would respond with sorrow for them and gratitude for where I lived and the school that my kids attended. That came to an abrupt halt on Sunday night. I was stunned to see Maulik Pancholy's post. I was mortified. Here, this is happening in my community. Then I read the comments. Mr. Pancholy's esteemed community of all backgrounds, of various lifestyles, wrote simply, "I'm so sorry. Love you. Shame on them." And I felt that shame. My complacent, naive bubble popped, and so I am here, speaking up, fighting for what I know is right. To the board, I am a Christian. I was raised in a Baptist church in New Jersey. Simultaneously, I have gay family members and gay friends. It never once dawned on me that it was bad or wrong or not biblical. We coexisted as normal. It wasn't radical, it just was. It wasn't until college when I found out, when a friend came out to me with intense fear in his eyes, that I discovered that this is not Schitt's Creek. Saying you're gay could have consequences, but by being open, you could be rebuked by strangers, friends, and even your family. Imagine that weight. And that's why I'm here, a straight woman who could click my tongue in disagreement and move on. But I know how your decision is so dangerous. I urge you to reconsider.
Okay,
I urge you to step down if you cannot get past your own discrimination.
Thank you.
Jennifer Barr and Jamie Coyne.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Jenny Barr, and I am the parent of 3 children who attend Cumberland Valley schools. My 4th grader is at Sporting Hill, and I have a 6th grader and an 8th grader who attend Mountain View. I first heard about the board's decision not to allow the speaker from my middle schoolers. My kids were upset. They were shocked that a message about anti-bullying from someone who could talk about their own personal experience would be prevented by the board. The message that my kids and their friends at Mountain View received by the board's actions is that bringing their whole selves to school was not welcome. What they heard is that it is not okay to be different from your peers. What they heard was that it is not okay to look different from someone who sits next to you in class. What they heard is that it's okay to say the mean things that you're saying as a side whisper on the bus. What they heard is that it's okay to shut down people who think things differently from you. I want to say that I wholeheartedly support Dr. Blanchard and the CV administration and the team in their original decision to bring this speaker to the school. I urge the board to revise your decision, support the school administration, and allow the guest speaker to come as originally planned. Doing so will send a powerful message to the students about the importance of respect, empathy, and kindness. Changing this decision is also going to be a powerful message for the kids in this district. It's okay to make a mistake. We all do it. It's okay to make a mistake because you can learn from it. That's what these kids are here for, to learn. So please be a model to our kids. Show them that you can recognize when you've done something wrong, apologize for it, make it better, and then move on. Thank you.
Jamie Coyne and Shelley Howard.
Ms. Owens, can you say them again?
Yeah, Jamie Coyne, Shelley Howard.
For all the speakers, there is a clock down front here that will give you the amount of time you have to speak. And please, again, let's keep our applause down. We're going to be here till 2 o'clock in the morning, which is fine. Go ahead.
My name is Jamie Coyne, and I am an alumni of Cumberland Valley, and I'm gay. It was actually at Good Hope, which is now Mountain View, when I realized that I was gay for the first time. As a kid, I was not exposed to queerness. This lack of representation caused me to feel alone and terrified of my identity. I did not know what this part of me meant, but from the little information I had, I knew that it probably wasn't good. Across the nation, we are seeing students' futures ripped away from them because of bullying over their sexuality and gender identities. According to the Trevor Project, LGBTQ+ young people are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. Additionally, the Trevor Project estimates that more than 1.8 million LGBTQ+ young people ages 13 to 24 seriously consider suicide each year in the US. At least one attempts suicide every 45 seconds. You have the opportunity to change this statistic for our community. I think about the 16-year-old student, Next Benedict in Oklahoma, who died earlier this year due to bullying. I wonder what an anti-bullying speech would have meant to them. Maybe it wouldn't have changed anything, but maybe it would. And maybe they would still be sitting in a classroom today if their school would have allowed a talk like this one. Growing up, because of the lack of representation I was exposed to as a kid, I hid my sexuality. I hid who I was for 5 years. 5 years of my adolescence was spent in the closet, afraid and ashamed of who I was. I think back on that time a lot, and I wonder what it would have been like if I would have had representation like Mr. Pancholy's books. Would I still have all the friends that I pushed away? Would I be less scared at 26 years old to be open about my sexuality? Would I be better equipped to deal with the bullying that I still face today because of who I am? Unfortunately, these questions will never be answered for me, but you do have the opportunity to make sure that the kids at Mountain View don't have to ask these questions. Cumberland Valley School Board, I urge you to reverse your decision to cancel Mr. Pancholy's visit. I also urge you to continue learning, listening, and growing so that you can better empathize with all members of your community that you serve. In Cumberland Valley, we have the Portrait of the Eagle, and it defines empathy as for the feelings, opinions, and experiences of others, and imagines what others are thinking, feeling, and experiencing, and connects to those thoughts, feelings, and experience. By this definition, you do not get to pick and choose which identities you validate and which ones you do not. We are here, we are queer, and we deserve representation. Thank you.
Mrs. Owens, next.
Shelley Howard, Grant Steerzer.
Mrs. Howard, you ready?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Good evening, board. I have questions. In 2020, who invited Mr. Pancholy to speak at our middle school, and was he going to receive compensation? If so, where would those funds come from? Who is allowed to visit our school during instructional hours, and how are they vetted, and who has final approval? Per School Board Policy 913, are speakers allowed to profit from coming to our schools, such as selling or promoting their books? And in the past, have we ever put direct links on our school website to make these purchases? Our budget is beyond critical mass. Yet 2 years ago, we spent thousands of dollars initially for a program called Portrait of an Eagle. And there may be a monthly or quarterly ongoing subscription fee, but we won't know this because the administration can't be transparent. This is a program to embed additional curriculum into what our teachers are already teaching to help instill character traits in our students. My question is, who is actually responsible for instilling character traits? And how much time and money is enough to spend on social emotional learning programs? I do not agree that Mr. Pancholy should be uninvited because of his lifestyle. That's not my concern at all. My problem with this is that he is a self-proclaimed activist. Activists tend to have a political bias, so in no way should politics or activism be invited into our schools during instructional hours. That's not what our tax dollars should fund. You can write children's books about anti-bullying, but you can also hold activist views that don't belong in a middle school during school hours. Others have already referenced Mr. Pancholy's Racism is a Virus toolkit. The thing about it that concerns me is how he tells Black and brown children that white America will never accept them, and the government and the police will always target them simply for their skin color. This is the wrong message to send to 6th to 8th graders. What other individuals have we invited to our school that have the word activist in their bio? I know in the past, CV allowed President Trump to speak at our school, and that was wrong. So is this. Where does this go? We're a military family, and my children moved 6 times before we landed here. Would it be okay if we invited retired Naval Officer Ron DeSantis to speak about the hardships military children face? Don't those particular students also warrant special attention? Who gets to decide? Bottom line for me is that we need to review policy 913 and make it crystal clear on who is allowed to come into our schools and how that process is approved. Keep politics and activism from either side out of our schools. Classroom hours should be for education, period. Thank you.
Grant Steerser, Alexis Treby.
Mr. Searser? Yep. Right, thank you.
My name is Grant Sturzer. I attended Shaw Elementary, Good Hope Middle School, and CV. Graduated in 2005. As a CV alumnus, I was privileged to be educated by some of the best teachers I could have imagined. Their commitment to guiding young minds to think critically made me who I am today. As a gay CV alumnus, I was privileged to have been educated in a space that allowed me to be myself, so that I could focus my attention on my education and not what my sexuality might mean to other people. I was lucky coming out in 10th grade English speech in 2002 that being seen as straight acting afforded me the luxury of not being bullied. I'm not sure some of my classmates were as lucky, and I'm not sure that I helped them. While I didn't experience bullying myself, there was always some fear that it could come at any moment. It still existed around me. So it was easier for me to laugh at jokes about anyone conveniently more different than I was and make them the other that I might otherwise have been. To this day, I don't know exactly what their experience was here, but I know I didn't help make it as easy as mine was. If I had attended that assembly that you canceled as an openly gay teenager, I might have learned about some of my own biases. I might have learned I was creating a space for people to make fun of others as a misguided way to protect myself. I might have felt secure enough to have made someone else's experience here as good as my own. Maybe they didn't need that. Maybe they didn't need that from me. But 20 years later, I can't be certain what damage I might have caused. Bullying, or the lack thereof, is not static. My luck wasn't guaranteed when I came out publicly in 2002, or a year later, or apparently today. Because the truth is, it was never about luck. My positive experience here was the result of the work done by my peers, staff, administrators, and the school board to create a healthy environment for learning that I felt I fit into. Each group was a critical pillar to that end. Creating and maintaining that environment is a practice that knows no end and must be upheld by those 4 pillars. You, the school board, have removed yourselves as a pillar of support for students and this institution with your decision to obstruct that practice. If you believe Mr. Pancholy was planning to teach middle schoolers to confront police violently, I invite you to join us in the real world. If you think you can remove politics from the district by injecting it, the people here would say otherwise. Some of your apologies are appreciated, but actions speak louder than words. Reinstate Mr. Pancholy's invitation to speak, or prepare to lose the confidence of the community and hopefully your jobs.
Mrs. Owens.
Alexis Treby, Alexander Lithick.
My name is Alexis Rosoff Treby. My husband Neil and I have a junior at CV High School and a 6th grader at Mountain View. I value the increasing diversity in this area, and I had thought until now that we were doing a good job. The decision of the board to cancel the assembly has made me rethink that. Board members' vague interpretation of politics leaves us all at risk. By saying that advocacy for LGBTQ students, especially Asian American students, is political, they're saying that all advocacy for minorities, be it about race, religion, sexuality, or disability, is political and off limits for school. This is not a tenable decision, particularly in the context of bullying. These are the very things that students are bullied for. It's also worth noting that nothing is truly apolitical. Those members objecting on the grounds of politics are really objecting that these are not their politics. I hope the board reconsiders its decision. I hope the board reconsiders its decision and the message it is sending students and faculty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexander Lithick, Terry Stouffer.
Hi. I was born Alexander. I like to go by Zan. Like many people here, I don't usually come to these things because I'm smart enough to know that I don't have the training or the expertise to tell educators how to do their jobs. However, I felt the need to this time. I'm a proud member of the LGBTQ plus community. I'm also a proud parent of 2 sons. One is a graduate of CV High School. The other is an Asian American student at Mountain View Middle School. I'll be perfectly honest, I didn't know much about the assembly that we're here to discuss until after the decision was made to cancel the event, a decision that was rooted in ignorance and prejudice. My heart broke when I realized what the students were losing, what my son was losing in the process. And I was hearing from someone that can help many of them feel seen, heard, and ultimately learn how they can rise above the racism, homophobia, and xenophobia. Now, despite not being qualified to tell educators how to do their job, I do know that they're supposed to teach our children about the world, about how it is. Maybe not necessarily about how some of the members of the school board wish it was. They're also meant to give the students the ability to shape the future with hopes and dreams of a better world, not rob them of educational opportunities because of a biased fear of someone that's different. Someone that could represent these diverse students far better than the school board can. I'm going to be honest, I feel a lot of anger towards this school board right now, and anyone that can support the kind of bigotry that led to the decision that was made. I'm also tired of living here, to be perfectly honest, because many days I don't feel welcome. And unfortunately, even if I were to leave here for somewhere more accepting, there's a diverse group of people living here that don't have that choice. And they have good reason to stay, many of them. So for now, I'll do what I can for them. You've inspired me to start participating in advocacy and activism of my own for them. So that way, all of the members of the community, my son, all of the students, they all feel welcome someday. Thank you.
Terry Stouffer, Jennifer Zettelmoyer.
Hello, I'm Terry Stauffer, and I'm a retired resident of the Cumberland Valley School District. I have no grandchildren in this district, but I have nine in surrounding districts. I'm very concerned about what our kids are being exposed to and taught. I was going to commend our school board for doing their due diligence in this matter and coming to this decision, but it sounds like some people have been bullied, because it sounds like excuses to me of not following and do your due diligence before you voted. And now you're being pressured. So the school board, in my opinion, needs to approve all speakers and needs to be an academic speaker. Children are to be taught academics. If you look at the gentleman's website, you will see his whole agenda. Politics. Okay. Children need to be taught academics. And if you look at this gentleman's website, you will see his whole agenda. Politics and sexual orientation have no place in our schools. The school is the one responsible for handling anti-bullying. So don't let the loudest voices discourage you from doing the right thing.
Jennifer Zettelmoyer and Heather Dunn.
Hello. First, I'd like to thank the administration for doing what they did to bring us to this point so that we are able to have this conversation. This is really important. Secondly, working in mental health, I can tell you for a fact that there are people that you will never get back after what happened last week. It takes a village to raise a child. And I tell my family and I tell the parents that I work with all the time that we are not raising children. We are in the process of raising fully functional adults. Adults that are going to go out into the real world and have to get along with everyone. This speaker is coming in to talk to people about how to respect one another, how to get along, and how to make it okay for other people to be themselves. I would implore you to please take a look at this and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for volunteering your time to the district and for serving on the school board. As a past school director, I understand the challenges that you face. I understand that sometimes you may regret a decision that has been made, second guess a vote that was cast, and at times question what you were thinking. When the time comes and you recognize that you have regrets, acknowledge it, reflect on it, and take action to correct it. People do not want to hear excuses. They do not want to hear you rationalize it. They simply want you to accept responsibility, learn from it, and fix it. The decision and vote that recently took place on April 15th to cancel author Maulik Pancholy was not in the best interest of our district. It goes against the very identity of who CV is and what our community represents. CV is a diverse and inclusive district that, despite our large size, represents a small and close-knit community. To claim that Maulik Pancholy is a political activist and use that as a justification to cancel his event is an excuse that the public sees through. Maulik Pancholy's activism helped launch and continues to chair a national nonprofit dedicated to ending bullying and to foster a world where all young people can celebrate their identities. His nonprofit continues to empower students, families, and educators with the knowledge and tools they need to become active anti-bullying ambassadors in their communities. A school-wide assembly is not a decision or a function of the school board. It is a building-level decision that is made by administrators and staff. It is an operational decision because the principal, teachers, and staff know and understand the needs of their students. When you hire or appoint a principal, you entrust them with the responsibility of managing their building and its needs. You chose them for that position for a reason. Show them the respect that they have earned and they deserve, and support them in their efforts. I have regularly spoken out about CV's administration and the excellence they provide each day. Their commitment to the district is extraordinary. Despite the difficulties that the district faces, each of them provides efficient and creative approaches to continue to maintain our excellence. The countless hours they work and the expertise they provide are immeasurable. With the utmost respect, I applaud Mark Blanchard, Greg Milbrand, Mike Willis, Robin Euchre, Michelle Zettermoyer, Chris Smith, Doris Hageman, Deanna Raymer, Chad Tallman, and Dan McGannon for the courage you displayed to represent this district and this community. You stood up for every student. You stood up for every student, teacher, and staff member, and you showed what CV is about.
Mrs.
I feel
Dunn.
privileged to know you. I wholeheartedly
Mrs.
thank you
Dunn.
for leadership.
Thank you.
Barbara Geisweit and Hannah Holbert.
My name is Barbara Geistwhite, and I agree with everything that Heather Dunn, my fellow retired board member, has said. I commend the entire administration for taking a strong stand against the board's decision. It was a courageous thing to do, and I am so proud of each one of you. The unfortunate and regrettable decision by the board is not who Cumberland Valley School District is, as evidenced by the turnout here tonight and over 10,000 signatures generated on a petition in about a week. I am happy to hear that some members of the board have regretted their decision in public. They should offer Mr. Pancholy and the members of our community a sincere apology. I hope this outpouring of support for our staff and administration awakens our community to the need to know what is happening in our schools. CV has few peers in providing a quality education. I hope and pray that it continues.
Thank you.
Hannah Holbert, Tricia Comstock. Hannah Holbert, Tricia Comstock.
Good.
Hi, my name is Hannah Holbert. I'm a 2019 graduate of Cumberland Valley. There's a lot of talk about activism and what we could consider being activism and if sexuality is political or whatever, and we can disagree on that. But I want to acknowledge the fact that one of the members on the board is affiliated with the chapter of Moms for Liberty. If you are unaware, Moms for Liberty is labeled as a conservative political organization that advocates to remove curriculums that mention LGBTQ rights and help led the way in banning books in school libraries that address sexuality and gender. If members claim that activists are not allowed to speak due to their activism and lifestyle, we need to apply that same logic to the board members themselves. Figuring out who you are is difficult enough, but now those students who may identify differently than their peers will feel undervalued and unprotected by those making decisions that affect the whole district. These kids are not only going to feel more isolated, they are not going to feel safe. Certain people on this board are not protecting children, they are protecting their personal agendas and their personal biases. But I want to shine light on a group of people that are also deeply affected by this, that have been mentioned, but don't always get the recognition they deserve, the teachers. The teachers and administrations are the ones left to explain this decision and answer questions or concerns the students have, a decision that they did not make and many do not support. And people had the audacity to ask why teachers are leaving in record amounts. We cannot afford to lose the amazing teachers employed here at CV, but here's the reality. The administration faces the consequences of your choices and are left to pick up the pieces. They are tired and they deserve to have a school board that puts them in the best position to educate our youth, not a board that stands in their way.
As someone who has multiple family members in the LGBTQ community, they definitely would have benefited from Mr. Pancholy's speech. People need to understand that representation matters. Regardless of what this board believes or anybody else, people like my brother Jim, a trans man, deserve a place in our society just like everyone else. They deserve to be able to go someplace as simple as school and feel safe and valued. Your decision will not keep kids from being gay. It will silence the ones who are. As we have a member that is a self-proclaimed activist and has said so in previous meetings, I'm sure that your advocacy is exactly what you say it is, to keep kids safe. And I encourage you to do exactly that, but keep all kids safe. Thank you.
Trisha Comstock, Nathaniel Davis.
Good evening. I'd like to start by sincerely saying that I appreciate every board member that issued an apology. I think that takes a lot to do that in a public forum, and I definitely appreciate that. I also want to remind some board members that women's suffrage, we didn't get the right to vote because we said pretty please. So when we talk about political activism, and now for my speech, I really struggled with what I was going to say tonight. I actually told a friend that I wasn't going to speak because I've spoken enough. What could I possibly add now? But he encouraged me to dig deep and speak from my heart, and I haven't done that yet. I was born and raised here, and I graduated from Cumberland Valley. And I can say I don't remember the community ever coming together as it is now. We have proven that empathy, kindness, and love is something that we all want. Republican, Democrat, Christian, atheist, brown, white, it doesn't matter, we all agree. And that has been the really, really beautiful part of this. Belongingness is a human emotional need that we all have to connect with others, to feel safe, to feel appreciated, to feel valued. When someone has a loss of belonging, it compromises their well-being. Don't we want all of our students, our staff, and our community at large to feel like they belong? When that happens, we all win. So I want to urge everyone here to stay engaged. And I want to sincerely say thank you to every single person that is here, that is going to speak, that is emailed, that baked cookies for us tonight. Being the face of this has been the honor of my life, and we're just starting.
Nathaniel Davis, Mary Soul.
My name is Dr. Nate Davis, and my children attend CV schools. What transpired at the last school board meeting is shameful. I've watched the video, and what I saw was some board members attempting to cancel the event surreptitiously, employing euphemisms to avoid talking about the real reasons they wanted to cancel it. It was clear that they knew what they were doing was both wrong and unpopular. This is not the transparency that should be expected of a school board. To those board members who initially pushed back but eventually went along, this initial pushback provided a public service and revealed the true agenda of those attempting to cancel the event. But public service requires the nerve to follow through and do the right thing. And now all these people are here to support you in doing that. Talking about bullying is not a political agenda. It's something we discuss to teach our children to be more empathetic toward those who may be different. It is a question of respecting the human dignity of all students and members of the community. Last week's actions sent a message that it's okay to bully and discriminate based off one's sexual orientation, and that if you're LGBTQ+, some of those entrusted with your education will openly seek to silence and exclude you. The children in this district have the right to expect that the board will work to educate, protect, and include them all. One only seeks to silence others when they are afraid of what they might say. To silence a message of tolerance and inclusion reveals deep fear on the part of some board members. If we follow those fears to their logical conclusion, who else do we cancel? Do we not teach about Alexander the Great? Do we not teach about the Renaissance masters like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo? Do we not teach about Baron von Steuben, who reformed the Continental Army at Valley Forge and helped us win our independence? Do we not teach about Alan Turing, who cracked the German Enigma code during World War II, saving countless Allied lives, and who was harassed until he died by suicide? Do we not teach about Sally Ride, the first American woman in space? This is where this kind of fear leads, and those who cannot accept the reality of others' existence have no business guiding education. This board erred in its last meeting. As the saying goes, to err is human, to forgive is divine. The strong do not use their power to influence or to suppress others to support their worldview. Real strength comes from using one's power and influence to protect all, especially the vulnerable. This board has a second chance, an opportunity to show real strength and to do the right thing, an opportunity to learn and grow. I may be the first to criticize this error, but I will also be among the first to welcome its correction. To those who have apologized and changed their position, thank you.
Mary Soul, Kristen Weitzel.
Hi, yes. My name is Kristen Soul Weitzel. I'm here with my mother today, and I'm going to speak on both our behalves. Sitting out here. We've been residents of the Cumberland Valley School District for over 40 years. My siblings and I all graduated from here, and now my children go here, my nieces go here, or have graduated from here. We've all loved CV from the first day we moved here, and we chose to live here and raise our children here. My father, may he rest in peace, probably missed fewer than 10 football games in the 37 years he lived here. And his Cumberland Valley baseball hat was one of the last things he wore before he passed away from cancer several years ago. CV's always been a part of who we are as a family. And yet this morning, as I was getting ready to leave the house and grabbed one of my many CV sweatshirts, as I often do, I put it back. For the first time in my life, I was embarrassed to wear CV's colors and to admit I was an Eagle. I didn't want people to know that I was part of a district that would allow bullying and then would shame and cancel someone for who they are or their lifestyle. I didn't want the world to know that I actually voted for some of you. And I did. I voted for several of you multiple times, as did my mother and everyone else in my family. So unfortunately, by voting for you all, that made me part of the problem. Speaking is one of the hardest things I can do, and yet here I am. And when I asked my mom to come with me, she agreed immediately. She's in her 80s, and like me, she was appalled and disheartened that our district would make this decision to cancel a speaker. Her question to me was, how could this still be happening in America in 2024? You see, she marched for civil rights in the 60s for equality. My grandfathers fought in World War II. My father's uncles and cousins have all served in the military and fought throughout the world to ensure the good fight that all people, regardless of who they were free. And never did anyone in my family ever say, we're fighting for you and your rights, except if you're gay or Asian. Yet here we are again, my mom said, 60 years after she marched for civil rights and almost 100 years after my grandfather fought to protect Jewish people across the world. Sorry. I do have a lot to say, but I do want to thank some of this board for reversing their decisions. And there is still time to turn this situation around. But there's a lot more than just saying we made a mistake. What you as a board need to do is to learn everything you can from this situation and do everything you can to make sure that pride is instilled in all of us again. Thank you.
Mrs. Owens?
Amy Storm, Kim Miller. Amy Storm, Kim Miller.
Good evening. I'm a parent of 3 young students who are being educated in the CV School District, my oldest being a 5th grader. Parents like myself with graduating 5th graders recently attended the Moving to Middle School Information Night exactly 1 week ago this evening on April 17th, 2 days after the infamous vote. In the 5th to 6th grade transition presentation, a slide with a very powerful imagery was displayed. It was simply some clip art of an elementary school building on the left and a high school building on the right. In between the pair of pictures was an image of a bridge labeled middle school, but it struck me because I had never thought of it that way before. Middle school is being the figurative bridge between elementary and high school, a time when a child is navigating the bumpy road to adulthood, learning important life lessons along the way, because as I'm sure many of you on the board can relate, including us parents and grandparents here tonight, middle school is an extremely vulnerable time in all of our lives. Mr. Pancholy's message of inclusion, empathy, and anti-bullying is just the sort of thing students at this stage in their life need to hear and need to grow as healthy, resilient, kind, and respectful individuals on their path toward their personhood. CV School District takes great pride in not only fostering the academic aspects of a student, but also the entirety of their character. We're painting the bigger picture for them, or to use a phrase many of us in this auditorium tonight are familiar with, a portrait of an eagle. Which brings me to the next slide that was shown as that 6th grade transition presentation, the portrait of an eagle district-wide logo. It displays a profile view of a soaring eagle, a wing spread wide. Listed at the top of every feather on that wing are 7 character traits Cumberland Valley School District strives to teach our children: adaptability, confidence, communication, critical thinking, problem solving, responsibility, and last but most definitely not least, empathy. It's the fostering of empathy in our students that achieves a climate of anti-bullying. And instead of that, you as the board violated Cumberland Valley School District's mission statement on anti-bullying, which explicitly states Cumberland Valley School District prohibits discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation in its activities, programs, or employment practices. When you cited Mr. Pancholy's quote lifestyle as a reason to cancel his assembly, you discriminated against him based on his sexual orientation. Furthermore, you violated your own mission statement of the Board of School Directors, which states in a continuing effort to communicate with the public, Cumberland Valley School District will post agendas and appropriate backup materials to this board site prior to each committee of the whole or regular school board meeting. We all know that wasn't done when you amended the last meeting on the fly.
Okay, thank you.
I implore you to reinstate Mr. Pancholy.
Thank you.
Kim Miller, Leah Wright.
Board, my comments tonight are not intended to change your ideology, perception, or misconception surrounding Mr. Pancholy's anti-bullying presentation. My hope, however, is for the students, faculty, and administrators to hear voices of reason, compassion, empathy, support, and inclusion to drown out any hate that they may have felt from the outrageous actions and comments of the board. Without knowing the substance of the presentation, you all made a decision to exclude an invited guest based upon one immutable characteristic of that individual, instead of realizing all the value that person could have brought to our district. To be clear, you may not teach a person to be gay, but you may teach them to hate. The ability to shame and to exclude someone based upon an immutable characteristic is not just bigoted, but is most likely illegal. You have opened the district up to extreme liability, both financially and to the health care of our children, the health and care of our children. Instead of concerning yourselves with the district's catastrophic budget concerns, you're gatekeeping what information is disseminated in this school. Like some of you have done, if you do not want your children exposed to those that are unlike themselves, you may have your children attend a less diverse educational institution. But you should not be making that choice for our children. You are politicizing our children's education. You say you are against political activism in the schools, but your actions are clearly and purposefully silencing all the voices that are different from your own based on your own political agendas. Some of you proudly associate yourselves, call it groups claiming to be proponents of liberty. You know, those same groups that proudly and publicly quoted Hitler. Moms for Liberty newsletter on the front page highlighted the following quote: "He alone who owns the youth gains the future." This is the belief held by members of this school board. This is not acceptable. This is dangerous. And our children are not your pawns to progressing your closed-minded political aspirations. This is why we are here tonight. If you want to ensure that you are surrounded only by people that look like you, believe what you believe, and love who you love, then you are free to do that in your own home. But you should not be imposing those beliefs on others and make any child in this district feel unwelcome, unheard, or not valued simply because they are not like you. If you are not able to appreciate the goodness and diversity and lead a diverse,
Thank you.
should not lead.
Leah Wright, Jacqueline Fitter.
I am Leah Wright. As a parent of two CVSD students, I have major concerns about the board vote canceling the anti-bullying assembly, mainly that of anti-LGBTQ plus motivations. However, I would like to spend this time to address how the school board works alongside the school decision makers. As the adage goes, be quick to listen and slow to speak. I'm a firm believer that most circumstances can be resolved with communication and understanding. And it is unfortunate that our beloved school district was thrusted into national headlines that could have been avoided by asking questions and listening more. While the role of the board is to ensure the community's perspective is represented, it is critical to do so through transparent actions and in collaborative manner with our administration. An administration who has dedicated their lives to educating and cultivating the growth of our students. When we come from a place of criticizing first and understanding second, there will always be someone that is placed in the wrong, and most of the time, unnecessarily so. The process that was followed, or apparent lack of process, painted our school administration into a corner, one where they either had to be silent or speak out to support their decision in the CVSD community as a whole. First, I thank them for deciding to speak out. I support their actions and ask that they continue to make decisions to promote an inclusive and accepting community, to make every effort to minimize bullying that happens in our schools, and to make our schools safe for our children. And I ask that the board find ways to increase collaboration with our expert educational leaders, especially given the major issues our district is facing, including looming budget decisions, much needed infrastructure projects, and a rapidly increasing school population. These issues are where we need your time, your talent, and your energy of the board. And as you turn your attention to the area where we need you most, I ask that you first right a wrong and reconsider the decision to cancel the program and reinstate this much needed conversation back into our schools. Thank you.
Jacqueline Fitter, Harper Minigat.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Fitter. I am a mother of 2 students here and have been actively involved in the Cumberland Valley community. I'm up here speaking not just on my behalf. I do want to mention that the speaker, I don't know her name, who held the images of the schools, fully support, and I've got part of what she was saying in here, so I'll skip parts of that, but thank you so much for demonstrating that so clearly. On behalf of myself, my husband, Owen Fitter, my mother-in-law and grandparent of my children, Maggie Fitter, my parents, who are also residents, Jack and Karen McLaughlin, my friends and neighbors who are seated over here. There are lots of names I could list, but I'm speaking on behalf of all of them when I say thank you to our administration, Dr. Blanchard, all of your team, our staff, all the members here today from the administration and beyond. We thank you for your brave and thoughtful response to the board's spontaneous vote to cancel the Mountain View Anti-Bullying Assembly with Maulik Pancholy. By standing up to the board's decision, you've not only displayed courage and strength, but commitment to upholding Cumberland Valley District's non-discrimination policy, which everyone can look up, principles of governance and leadership as outlined in policy 011, section 000 by local board procedures, our mission statement itself, and fourth, the board's own written declaration as found in our policy manual, section 100-103. For our district and state policies to be so visible and so known is just absolutely unbelievable to me that we're even having this conversation tonight, but also necessary, apparently. Title IX's inclusion in our statements even outlines that there should be we should prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity, as well as the precedented processes that we've had in place for our building decisions to be related to speakers and assemblies. Discrimination, and I quote this from our policies, discrimination is inconsistent with the rights of students and the educational and programmatic goals of the district, and is prohibited. Discrimination is, again, prohibited at or in the course of district-sponsored programs and activities, including transportation to or from our schools or school-sponsored activities, which is exactly what we're talking about. So what happens now? When the very board responsible for implementing non-discrimination and discriminatory harassment policy is the entity in direct violation of this policy. As an immediate action and first step, the program should be reinstated. Thank you so much to everyone here who is outlining the bullying policies and standing up for what's right.
Harper Minigat, Bridget Parker.
Hello, my name is Harper Menigat, and I'm a 9th grader in the CV9 district. In 9th grade, we read the book Night by Eli Wiesel, a Holocaust survivor who tells his story from his time in a concentration camp. He made multiple speeches before he died, one in which he stated, "Even in darkness, it is possible to create light and encourage compassion." I believe that this quote needs to be applied in this situation. It's been very disheartening to watch this situation unfold and also to see how nationally we are being portrayed negatively. I believe that it is important for us all to feel comfortable admitting when we've made mistakes. No one's perfect, and it's okay to show our humanity by acknowledging our faults. At Cumberland Valley, a core value that we are taught is to have empathy for those around us, and this was a topic that was supposed to be discussed at the assembly. By acknowledging when we have wronged someone, we have demonstrate empathy for their feelings. I want to encourage you to be open to reconsidering your decision, as it is a sign of strength, not weakness, and I believe it'll lead us to build a stronger and more supportive community. I personally have struggled with anxiety all my life, and really it stems from fear of judgment, which I feel that if you reconsider your decision, many kids who are at Mountain View will not have to live by this fear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bridget Parker, Michael Gerber.
I'm Bridget Parker. I am a mom of a student at Mountain View Middle School. My child and I were very disappointed in the choice by the school board to cancel Mr. Pancholy's speech at the assembly. I find it especially upsetting that the numerous and valuable students of South Asian descent in particular are being robbed of a speaker who they might see themselves in and who may reflect some of the pressures and anxieties faced by this cohort who are woefully underrepresented by our decision makers. This is to say nothing of the many LGBTQ students who are already afraid to be themselves. If the administrators wish to instruct Mr. Pancholy not to speak about protests or political activism, that's fine with me. But the talk that I anticipate him giving about inclusivity, thoughtful speech, kindness, and hopefully some humorous anecdotes about resilience and self-esteem, these are the values that we teach in my home and in my church, and I believe they're the values of the Cumberland Valley School District. I agree that these are values that we need to teach at home, but I believe all of my fellow parents can agree that sometimes kids need to hear these from voices other than just their parents. Thank you.
Michael Verber, Jennifer Price.
Dr. Gruber.
Thank you. I guess I'm a political activist. I've been an advocate for students for a long time. I added it up. I think over 30 years, I've spent about 10,000 hours on school property volunteering. I've served in some official capacities, still do for the district. I think probably the only person I could think of in the room that's probably spent more time is actually Bud Schaffner, even though I've disagreed with some things lately. I respect that. A couple of things. I'm an emotional person, and I've been moved by a lot of what you said. But we got to fix this together. Right? And I don't have a lot to say that hasn't been said better already. So I'll just say a few things to some of the people here. First of all, as a school board, I think your number one job is to recruit, retain, and inspire educators. We have damaged that forever. Every applicant forever will Google us and see this. Mike Gossett, you are never allowed to miss another school board meeting. As a Marine, you are on duty, Semper Fi. Michelle, Greg, Kevin, you guys, I appreciate recognizing what happened. We're all Republicans, the four of us. We cannot succumb to pressure anymore. Okay? I got probably more involved in politics starting CV Cures because I unfortunately saw this coming. I saw a great superintendent be run off because in part, he was an Indian American and he felt he could not work for bigotry. And I think what we are seeing here is a little bit of the dog catching the car. So I hope that this energy is there on election day. A tiny fraction of us vote. Matt, it scares me you use an anti-racism text as your evidence that this fellow is a political activist. It scares me that you use that and he didn't even write it. You and I are both Republicans, and I don't want to be judged by something you write.
Dr. Gerber.
I'm going to ask
Dr. Berger?
The time that I've given the school, I'm gonna ask for one more minute.
No, sir, I'm sorry.
So you can remove me. Because I want to say something to Bud.
Dr. Berger?
Bud, I have been threatened for defending you, and I've been threatened for not defending you enough. But I want everybody in this room to know part of the reason you're in a little bit of trouble is because you're stubborn.
We're gonna go to a recess.
But I also want them to know that you have fought for students in this school for 27 years, and thank you for that.
Okay, so it's next to Jennifer Price.
And Andrea Johnston.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Price, and I'm from Silver Spring Township and have 4 children that attend Eagle View Middle School. While I realize that some of the board members oppose the portrait of an eagle due to the inclusion of empathy and the price tag, I think everyone in the workforce in any capacity can agree that problem solving, critical thinking, and communication are necessary. I'm disappointed that when given the opportunity to demonstrate these to our entire community, this board failed. A problem was presented, a speaker coming with unknown topics. There was minimal communication demonstrated. There were few attempts at problem solving in the form of asking questions, and there was no visible pause to think critically about the community on the receiving end of this cancellation. Anyone who has ever felt different or othered, especially our LGBTQ+ community, our AAPI community, our children, everyone has now been told this unknown is not okay, specifically because the speaker belongs to a certain community. I applaud the CV administration for their response, and I implore the board to use these and demonstrate essential life skills. The community is watching. Please reinstate Maulik's assembly. Thank you.
Andrea Johnston and Shannon Selesnik.
Good evening. I first need to thank Tricia Comstock, Mike Gossert, and everyone else here having the courage to be present and speak. Thank you for taking the time this evening to hear parents, students, community members, and taxpayers on this issue. My name is Andrea, and I have 1 child in 8th grade at Mountain View and 1 who graduated in 2023. I will not take the time to address the countless examples of why the anti-bullying assembly is necessary, as that has and will be addressed by many others here. I think it is also important to address a few issues and comments brought about during the previous meeting regarding this assembly. One newly elected board member ran their campaign with an emphasis on accountability and transparency. I am sure you are all aware of the school board's policy on public comment prior to taking an official action on a matter of concern. This policy uses the word shall 3 separate times within the text to indicate this is not optional. This same newly elected board member has expressed their concerns about following existing policies and procedures throughout the district. This policy was not followed. The April 15th vote on the anti-bullying assembly violates the board's own policy and should be vacated. There is not a person in this room who believes that the discussions and backroom politicking did not begin long before April 15th. This reeks of dirty dealings and is the opposite of transparency and accountability. One other newly elected board member stated that during their campaign, they knocked on doors and stated they wanted to take politics out of the schools. It does not appear that those same people of this district were polled prior to the last meeting to seek their input on an anti-bullying assembly. Therefore, it has been made clear to your constituents that you have already placed your own agenda and opinions before theirs, and you are, in fact, bringing politics into this. When my daughter, a 2023 graduate of CV who attends the University of Miami, heard about the board vote and this subsequent assembly, her exact words were, I mean, it's 2024. Can't they read the room? It's embarrassing. I'm so glad I go to school here at Miami. You can be whoever you are here and literally no one cares.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to have one more speaker and then we're going to take a 10-minute break.
I've been watching. CV Residents for Change has been watching. And now America is watching. But most importantly, our kids are watching. My sixth grader, who attends school at Mountain View, told me CV is famous because they are all over the news. I had to correct him and explain the meaning of infamous, well known for some bad quality or deed. When Moms for Liberty and other extremist candidates were elected to our school board, I was totally disappointed. But this community has spoken loud and clear that we won't accept this hate being pushed down in our schools. I have a renewed sense of hope, and we won't forget when it's time to vote. The tone at the top matters. Leadership and commitment to being honest and ethical drives culture and values. This board tone is not aligned with the CV culture. Everyone knows what was said during the school board meeting and why Maulik Pancholy's visit was canceled. Thanks to some video and some rock stars in our community. But I want to talk about why this visit was so important. CV has a bullying problem. CV is a diverse community with approximately 25% of its students' population being Indian American, like the characters in Mr. Pancholy's books. Representation matters. The board is certainly aware of the Auditor General's audit done after parents complained that CV was doing too little to address bullying among students in 2020. Some have pointed to the many years served by our board members, calling them volunteers. But let's remember, these are elected officials, some running election after election, choosing to put their names on the ballot time after time. They must be held accountable for their decisions and their actions after the campaign. This is not the first time this board has gotten itself into trouble because of grand motions made by Mr. Bud Schaffner. Also regarding items not on the meeting agenda. May 2021, the board overturned the health and safety plan in place. This too was led by Mr. Bud Schaffner, and he went so far as to say during the meeting that he didn't care about actual implications of the decision, demonstrating ego and arrogance and a complete disregard for transparency. There were many apologies following that vote as well. These apologies came after reprimands from government agencies as a result of the vote's conflict with the Governor Wolf's mask mandate. These regrets recognize the liability of the decision and the fear of losing insurance and funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. Take a recess.
Can't get.
We'll get started. Everyone will sit down, please. Mrs. Owens, would you please call the next two speakers?
Ryan Selesnik and Paige Lebo.
Mr. Selesnik, go ahead.
Good to go?
Yep.
All right, hey, thanks. Hey, so good evening. My name is Ryan Selesnik. I'm a resident of Silver Spring Township, and I have two students in the CV school district, and possibly like some other husbands or partners here tonight, my spouse helped me write some of my comments for tonight. Now, I say that mostly in jest because I'm someone who typically is supporting from the shadows. But the utter shame and disgrace this school board, that's Yin's guys, has brought upon our district and most importantly, our students needs to be brought to light. So speaking of our students, there are talks of cutbacks in light of the more than $7 million deficit. That budget deficit didn't happen overnight. Perhaps we should look to the board members with so many proud years of service to answer fiscal questions. When will the football field renovations start to pay off? I'd like to see this board focus more on the budget problems and less on what's happening in the classroom. And I'd like to see the policy on which you are leaning for the cancellation. Certainly the decision was formalized in policy after the Trump rally was held at CV. However, I can't find the policy. I also can't find the updated agenda that would include changes made during the board meeting on April 15th. My understanding of the Sunshine Act is that should be available within 24 hours. After watching the board meeting online on April 15th, it was apparent to me that there are some bullies on the board. Sounds like a pretty good book title to me. The irony here is evident. I'm unsure why a board member voted against the agenda change, but then moved forward by agreeing to cancellation. I recognize the president trying to table the vote, but never actually making that motion, and then voting in agreement with the cancellation. In conclusion, I'm calling for Kelly Pottinger and Bud Schaffner to step down. Thanks.
Mrs. Owen, next two, please.
Paige Lebo, Monique Billow.
Hello, my name is Paige Lebo, and I'm an 8th grader at Mountain View Middle School. I came here to say how disappointed I am in our school board for canceling Maulik Pancholy's Empathy Assembly. What you did was not okay, and I don't get why you are being so judgmental. By canceling the assembly because Mr. Pancholy is gay, you are showing the exact kind of bullying that this assembly was meant to help our school community change. Representation matters, and hearing Maulik Pancholy speak on empathy and kindness would have been very encouraging to my LGBTQ+ and AAPI friends. It would have given Mountain View Middle School students ideas for how to support and encourage each other. When you voted to cancel the assembly, you sent students the message that it is okay to judge people who are different from you. It is your job to use your position of power to help people, but instead you are using it to cause harm. I respectfully ask you to reverse your decision.
The adults in our Cumberland Valley community do not tolerate bullying from students. And I am here to say that the students of Cumberland Valley will not tolerate bullying behavior from the adults on our school board.
Monique Billow, Annalee McCoy.
Go ahead.
Yay. First, thank you all for allowing us to speak, for holding this special session. And thank you for hearing the voices of Cumberland Valley students and families and teachers. Yay, teachers. I am a teacher, not here, but just about almost 30 years. So a little while. I have a student at Mountain View. He's a 7th grader. And last week began with a really jarring juxtaposition because Mountain View was getting ready for their really cool Diversity Day. It's an evening where we celebrate all the different places we come from, all the different experiences and cultures we come from, and all the delicious food that we come from. And I know that some of you all were there, and some of you were walking around seeing that beauty of our community. And I don't know how on Monday that vote came up unannounced and was voted unanimously to cancel the speaker. It was a surprise, it was disappointing. And I think that for many people, it was a mistake made in haste and not being informed. So I know that some people were worried about politics, about the fact that the speaker said he's an advocate, he's an activist. And that was confusing and maybe scary. But with research, you can find out he's an activist against bullying. Against bullying. And that we don't stand for in our schools. And neither political party has a platform that advocates for bullies. So being anti-bully can't possibly be a political problem. If that was the confusion, this is easy. This is something we can fix. Cumberland Valley, as so many people said, is a fabulous school district. The teachers, the administrators, and I hope the school board can continue to support that in the way that we have grown together as a community for so many years. I hope that as representatives for the children, for the families, for the teachers and the community, you can make a decision to bring Mr. Pancholy back, to advocate against bullying in a non-political way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Stone?
Annalee McCoy, Megan Jones Hoffman.
Hello, my name is Annalee McCoy, and I'm a student at Cumberland Valley 9th Grade Academy. I attended Mountain View Middle School, where I received an Eagle of the Month award each year I was there. Today, I'm here to address the CV School Board about the recent decision not to let actor and anti-bullying activist Maulik Pancholy come to speak to the Mountain View Middle School students because of his lifestyle choices. This person is in the body of a male and he identifies as gay, but this should not matter. He's another being living a human experience just like the rest of us, and he deserves to be heard. I propose that the school board should reevaluate their decision to censor a potential speaker that seems to be based purely on his sexual orientation and allow him to be heard. In the school curriculum, we have learned in English class how schoolyard bullying can lead to genocide. I know this may sound over-dramatized, but it completely changed my awareness. In a TED Talk, From Schoolyard Bullying to Genocide, Barbara Coloroso explains how schoolyard bullying can lead to violence and genocide through unquestioning of authority, dehumanization, and routinization of cruelty. The TED Talk explains how these aspects blossom from bullying, and I think it makes a lot of sense. For kids, students, and even adults to think it's okay to bully others just because of what they look like, wear, are interested in, their culture, beliefs, etc., is not okay. This can even be related to events in history such as the Holocaust. If you think about it, the Nazis were using bullying tactics, abusing the Jewish people just because they were of Jewish faith in the color of their eyes and hair. They were unquestioning of authority, regularizing cruelty, and dehumanizing the Jewish people. We learn about these events such as the Holocaust in school to understand the mistakes from the past and grow from them. If the school board has us learning about these in our curriculum, I think they should respect these lessons as well. To follow that subject, if you think about it, you, CV School Board, are bullying Maulik Pancholy just because of his lifestyle choices. In a Today article called Pennsylvania School Board Cancels Gay 30 Rock Actors Anti-Bullying Talk, citing his lifestyle, Maulik Pancholy states, "My activism is to let all young people know they matter." He also says, "I wonder why a school board is so afraid of that." In school, we have also recently learned about the perils of indifference. From reading a book called Night by famous writer and Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel, we have learned that indifference is so much more dangerous than violence. When people choose to stay silent and not speak up, this can cause many problems. Mahatma Gandhi, for example, made a difference because he spoke up for what he believed was right, and not with violence, but in the form of peaceful protest.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not done speaking.
That's fine. You got 3 minutes.
Maulik Pancholy is trying to speak up and make a difference by expressing why people
That's enough. Ma'am, I appreciate your comments. We need to move on. Okay, we have 3 minutes per person, so it allows everybody to be able to speak equally. We can't have someone. We cannot have someone keep. If we. Mrs. Owens, next person, please.
Megan Jones Hoffman and Flora Hicks.
We'll say the names again, please.
Megan Jones Hoffman and Flora Hicks.
Okay, if they're not gonna come up, they can. Ma'am, do you want to speak? Are you next on the list? Are you gonna speak or not? Yes or no? Nope.
Each speaker has 3 minutes to speak, and that's it. There's no, I think that the next speaker should be called.
Flora Hicks, Adam Knapp.
I know you guys want to hear, and I appreciate that, but the thing is, if I let her talk 10 minutes and everyone else is gonna, then everyone else is gonna want to talk as long as they want, we can't have it. Everyone gets 3 minutes equally.
Everyone take it. Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Megan Jones Hoffman, and I feel like I'm pretty qualified to talk about bullies. I was bullied when I was in the military and threatened to be removed with a dishonorable discharge because I happen to be bisexual. I was bullied when I ran for local office in 2013 because people decided they wanted to look at me. They thought, she's young, she's a female, she doesn't know anything. Well, I beat the voter registration in my precinct. I ran against people who are sitting in the seats that are acting just like you, who don't pay attention to details, do not take their position of leadership seriously, and have no business telling anyone how to raise their kids, how to live in the world, how to think. You all make me sick.
Flora Hicks and Adam Knapp.
You said his names again, please.
Flora Hicks and Adam Knapp.
Hi, my name is Flora Hicks, and I'm a 7th grader at Mountain View. I came here because Maulik Pancholy is my uncle. Before I start, I want to say that I have talked to him personally, and at the assembly, he would not be talking about anything politically. At the assembly, he would also not be talking about the racism toolkit that you brought up today. And it also was not written by him. It was written by interns that came to act to change, and it was not written by him, and he will not be talking about that at the assembly. I'm also here because what you have done goes against everything CV stands for, or at least says they do. In the portrait of an eagle, there is empathy. That is one thing Maulik would have talked about. On the school website, there is an entire page for anti-bullying. That is the main topic of my uncle's presentation. Teachers, principals, and almost all the adults in my school have talked about inclusion, anti-bullying, and empathy. They say that it is important, and it is. I hope you know it is important too. Many students can struggle with their identity, and hearing this presentation can help them. Kids who have experienced the presentation have afterward reached out to Maulik and told him how much it had helped them. He sends out a very important and powerful message of anti-bullying. Your choice to cancel the assembly has also sent out a very important message to the LGBTQ community that they aren't accepted. I'm speaking for many of the students here saying that we are infuriated. The first day I heard the news, me and my friends were scrambling
to try and figure out what we could do to help. I talked to teachers, principals, and counselors and asked what they could do to help, but they couldn't help much because they were worried about their jobs. That made us more mad. The teachers felt silenced. We finally came up with a plan to write a student petition. I'm here today with the petition, and it has more than 100 student signatures, students from Mountain View. All the students who signed it want him to come and want you to revote. If you could take a look at it with an open mind, it would mean a lot. I want to end my statement with you knowing that being gay is not something my uncle chose. While my uncle and also the students at the school who are LGBTQ live full and happy lives being gay, let me ask you about this. Why, after hearing his presentation, would someone want to be gay when they have a school board like you, making life so much harder? When they have a school board like you, making school so much harder every day. For example, not letting my uncle come to his school to simply talk about his book.
How do I follow that? My name's Adam Knapp, and I have 4 children that go to school here. And
1 second. Can you announce the next 2 speakers, please? We'll start you over, sir.
Adam Knapp and Ismail Furtenbell.
thank you. That's one of them, a stepchild, and I'm really proud of her speech there. I had a very nice, well-written thing I was going to read, but I'm scrapping it because of all the things that people have said. But by show of hands, has anyone read any of Maulik's books? Anyone on the board? I just thought it was in this talk of activism, political activism, I thought they were reaching quite a bit there. And did they overlook all the good things that Maulik brings? I'm pretty sure he wasn't, if he was a guy that came in and spoke about and told 7th and 8th graders how to riot, we all would have probably heard about it by now, that there was some nut going around talking about how to stage a revolution, rather than, in his books, he talks about having OCD. He talks about dealing with his peers, his parents, his grandparents, and jocks versus non-jocks. All the foundations of the Communist Manifesto, those type of things. So there's a problem that was going on. The wording that got me fired up when I saw this video was that his lifestyle would be imposed on the students. And I thought to myself, like, in 7th grade, my son was saying he heard people talking about, anti-gay, homophobic slurs. So I thought it was kind of Pollyanna to think that perhaps the children didn't know about this. And I come from a town, Williamsport, up north, not to disparage them, but when I grew up, the derogatory F word was used a lot towards gay people. And one of the people I graduated a year behind in high school, I saw him at a party a few years later, and he had come out of prison. And what he did and his friends were, they approached a man, they found out he was gay, and they beat him nearly to death and lit his car on fire. So at the end of the story, he told me with a big smile on his face as if he was proud that if I were in prison with him, he would have made me his girlfriend, but he used a word that rhymes with witch and starts with a B. There's also someone within my family this week said, he was approached and said, I never met your uncle, but he's rhymes with maggot, so I hate him. And I think what the board did is leave the door open for that. And I just want to say, since I want to tell you as a unique perspective of knowing Maulik, I know my time's running out, he's a fantastic guy, and I'm proud publicly of who he is and his lifestyle.
Ismail Furtenbell, Shannon Cody.
I know you asked us to consider if someone else had already said what we wanted to, and even though others have already said it better, so much better than I ever could, I can't stay quiet, and we can't stay quiet. You need to hear another voice saying the vote was wrong. I feel like we can point out how CV is now a national embarrassment, that fellow CV alumni that live in other states have contacted me to discuss how the vote was unanimous and how ridiculous it was. But all of that pales into comparison to the harm that you, all of you, did to the students and staff of CV with that vote. And what was that harm? You made students who are already vulnerable feel even more isolated. You damaged the trust that teachers and administrators spend blood, sweat, and tears building up over years. No matter your justification for your vote, the action itself sent the message that certain people should hide who they are, that simply existing as they are is a political message that we can debate and discuss. You created the very situation that the talk was meant to address. Thoughtless actions and half-justified, motivated reasoning coming from those in power is incredibly damaging. I feel I have so much more to say, but I don't feel I can do much more than ramble at this point. If you take away nothing else from my time and that of others, it's a long-lasting reminder of how much power you have over students' lives and how much your actions matter.
Ms. Owens?
Shannon Cody, Dawn Adams.
I just want to start by saying my children are third generation Cumberland Valley students. We've loved this school and we have seen the increase of diversity over the years, and it makes us proud. CV has nearly 10,500 staff and students. Your vote last week damaged the psychological safety for everyone, especially those that do not look or live like you. Psychological safety is the ability to be yourself without fear of consequences. The psychological safety of 1,850 Asian Pacific Islander students and nearly 700 students that will or do identify as LGBTQIA has been damaged most of all. My daughter's LGBTQ friends, when she was here, she graduated last year, school is often a safer place for them than to be at home. Imagine what it'd be like in 2020 when you couldn't return to your safe place at school. Now imagine in 2024, you have taken that away again. Why should you care? When someone exists in a state of low psychological safety, but in high expectations, and we set high expectations for all our students, they live in a state of high anxiety. Low psychological safety affects every individual's ability to perform and learn. Data proves that inclusion, the sense of belonging, reduces absenteeism. When students feel they belong, they're given the best chance to learn and thrive. You hurt every student's psychological safety and performance right before PSSAs, and you have also impacted every staff member's ability to serve our children. I was a freshman at CV when we held our first student-led gay pride event on December 21st, 1993. I didn't think I'd be standing here 30 years later, setting up for the same cause. But I hope you can prove to us that you have the ability to tell tens of thousands of people, the nation, the world, that you are wrong. You can tell everyone that no matter the reason, no one deserves to be bullied and no one deserves to be canceled because they happen to love or live differently than you. You can change your mind. Being able to admit you're wrong is the epitome of personal growth. Show the community that you can do the right thing even when it's hard. Show us you care about every student, teacher, and staff member, not the people, just the people it's easy to care about. Show us you are worthy of representing our school. You can give us hope we will not be here again in 30 years.
Thank you.
Dawn Adams, Lisa Coyne.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Adams. I am a graduate of Cumberland Valley High School, as well as a parent of 2 Cumberland Valley High School students. I would like to ask you what message you believe is being sent to the students, employees, and parents you're supposed to represent. with your unanimous vote against having a member of the Asian American community and the LGBTQ+ community. Sadly, for this parent, it is clear that your values do not match mine. As a member of the school board, it is your duty to ensure that every student feels safe, valued, and respected within our schools. An environment must be cultivated where diversity is not just tolerated, but it's embraced, and where all students can thrive regardless of who they are. Unfortunately, this type of environment does not exist all the time at Cumberland Valley. My child has been a target of some very hurtful actions. A few years ago, she actually received a text from a fellow student that stated she needed to be careful because that student could kill her because she's gay. Just think about that. I am very lucky and very thankful that I have an incredibly strong and resilient child that has overcome these hateful actions and is doing amazingly well despite the ingrained biases of this area. I cannot express to you how difficult it is as a parent to watch your child struggle through these types of situations, and you have no clear answers as to why they are happening. I am a parent of a gay student at your school, and I am incredibly and exceptionally proud of her. It is your responsibility to lead by example. As leaders within our school community, you must demonstrate your commitment to equality, justice, and compassion. You must speak out against racism and homophobia in all of its forms, and you must actively work to create a culture of acceptance and affirmation for all students in your school. Thank you.
Lisa Coyne, Hope Real.
Can you say them again, please?
Lisa Coyne, Hope Real.
Good evening. Bullying creates an atmosphere of fear and intimidation, detracts from the safe environment necessary for student learning, and may lead to more serious violence. Those words are embedded in your bullying and cyberbullying policy manual. I am a 1980 proud graduate of Cumberland Valley. I'm a resident of Hampton Township. I'm a small business owner here in the district as well. I come here tonight because I was stunned when a young associate in my office came to me and shared a video of this board's action on the 15th of April. As I said, I'm an alumni, a small business owner, a resident. I'm also a veteran. I was an Army JAG officer on active duty and also served in the Pennsylvania National Guard. As a prosecutor, I listened to some comments from Mr. Barrick about law enforcement and the presenter's policy towards in opposition to the presentation by Mr. Pancholy. As a former prosecutor, and I would dare say any current law enforcement officer would wholly support programs that address bullying. Bullying and its byproduct has affected me personally and my family. My youngest sister was in 7th grade at Good Hope Middle School, was severely bullied. My parents removed her and entered her into parochial school. So we're going back in a situation where this board has an opportunity to embrace and correct.
1 second.
Can I have my time back?
Yeah, we got your time.
Okay.
Give it a try. No?
Hello?
Yep, we got you. Just pull the mic Closer to your face a little bit.
Got it.
Thank you. You go ahead, I get your time.
So as a former prosecutor and in my line of business, currently I deal with families in crisis. And the crisis that I have been involved with and my business involves parents who have to deal with children who are bullied and the byproduct of that. I also come here to talk to you as a business owner and employing young people in my office as interns or as newly graduated folks from various law schools. It's important that this community is recognized for its tolerance, not its intolerance. We live in such a primitive time, I'm reminded, as I read the news. And
Thank you, ma'am.
Hope Real and Stephen DC.
Right, you go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. First, I want to thank all of the students who had the courage to speak tonight. You are our future, and we depend on you to continue to stand up for what's right. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns over the most recent board decision. I would also like to express my extreme gratitude for all of the CV educators and administrators for standing up for what is right. It is something that is becoming more difficult for educators to do in the climate we are living in. Educators are being silenced due to the looming fear of board repercussions. This has to stop. I am here to make sure my second grader continues to attend a school that builds a culture of acceptance, a place where she and her classmates continue to be seen. Someone commented earlier that character traits should be taught at home, but unfortunately, this does not always happen. This is why educators need to be trusted in their decisions. Diversity and diversity conversations are crucial because it fosters a more inclusive environment, which allows the opportunity for students to see things from different perspectives, experiences, and backgrounds. This is the catalyst of empathy. Empathy is one of the 7 competencies in the Portrait of an Eagle, which is the CV vision. What kind of message are we sending to the students of CV when we cancel events like this? It is my hope that the board seeks true understanding before making decisions to cancel events that are truly essential for our community. Ask about the curriculum that your educators see as valuable. So I ask you to reconsider your decision. The few should not make decisions for the many.
Stephen DC, Noah Brown.
Mr. Deasy, we have 2 more names, Mrs. Owens.
Noah Brown and Logan Schultz.
Mr. Brown? Okay. Go ahead.
My name is Noah Brown. I am one of the 5 class officers for the class of 2024 here at Cumberland Valley High School, and I am a 3rd generation Cumberland Valley student. I, alongside my fellow officer, Rhea Shaw, am here today on behalf of my peers, many of whom expressed emotions regarding the board's decision to cancel Mr. Pancholy's scheduled visit. First and foremost, I want to mention how proud I am of our community for rallying together and standing up to a decision that does not reflect our values. It would have been easy for many of us here, including myself, to stay home, keep quiet, and move on. But easy doesn't mean right. I am here today to tell the board that we, the students, are not oblivious to the action you all have decided to take. We are well aware of the message you have sent, that your political agenda trumps our well-being as students and as human beings. We stand in solidarity with LGBTQ students, staff, and community members, along with students who have been bullied or ostracized, who were hurt by the board's decision. CV is a place where all should feel accepted and heard. I, along with many of my peers, sincerely hope that the board reflects on their decision and makes again to guarantee that all students feel accepted in our district from this point forward, not for your own reputations, but for me and the rest of the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jones.
Logan Schultz, Molly Metz.
Logan, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Logan Schultz. I'm going to be a 2024 graduate of Cumberland Valley. And as a former bully kid, I know that I would have really appreciated to hear Pancholy's message. It would have meant a lot to me to feel that I was heard, to feel that I was seen, to feel that I mattered. And I know that I did not have the worst of it by far. And the speech that he was going to give was, as everyone knows, on anti-bullying and empathy. And I want to ask you, what message are you sending by canceling this meeting? What message are you sending by canceling this speech that is supposed to be on anti-bullying and empathy? Because by doing this, you're telling the LGBTQ students in our county, in our schools, that there's something wrong with them and that there's something to be protected against, and that further exacerbates the depression and the discomfort caused by the bullying because it makes them feel wrong and unseen. And at the same time, you are telling the bullies that there is something wrong about the students they bully, permitting and encouraging them to bully those students even more, further exacerbating the issue that was the reason for the assembly in the first place. Cumberland Valley is a district that promotes inclusivity. And for that, I would like you to turn to the Student Code of Conduct. And on page 2, it states the Cumberland Valley School District will provide a safe educational setting that facilitates respect for persons, property, and individual beliefs. And furthermore, turn to the next page where this says, the board declares it to be the policy of this district to provide an equal opportunity for all students to achieve their maximum potential through the programs and activities offered in the school without discrimination on the basis of race, color, age, creed, religion, sex, sexual orientation, ancestry, national origin, marital status, pregnancy, or handicap or disability. Is that what this decision is? Is this decision encourages bullying, going against everything that CV stands for? Right now, you have a choice. Is this a school that is inclusive, a school for everyone, or is this an exclusive school for some? And right now, I have one simple request, and it should remain simple if you all have the half of the moral backbone that this school deserves. Do the right thing and get my school out of the headlines. Thank you.
Ms. Jones, next.
Molly Metz and Sabrina Huntley.
Ms. Metz, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Molly Metz. I am a junior here at Cumberland Valley High School. One of the main aspects of Cumberland Valley that I personally admire is the school's clear desire to make everyone feel welcome. Inclusivity has always been a pillar that Cumberland Valley has built itself upon. Every student is supposed to be treated with respect regardless of who they are. According to this board, Mr. Maulik Pancholy is not allowed to speak at Mountain View Middle School due to the board's desire to avoid what it considers political content. In making this decision, the school board is betraying one of the pillars of this school's mission to foster inclusivity and respect for all who enter. The school board has made it explicitly clear that the reasoning behind their choice is Mr. Pancholy's sexuality. As Bud Schaffner put it, quote, he is proud of his lifestyle. The lifestyle being referred to here is not Pancholy's activism. It is him being a gay man. If this board truly believes that Pancholy's or anyone's sexuality determines whether or not they are allowed to speak on empathy and inclusion to students, then the board is blatantly discriminating against him for his sexual orientation. So I would like to ask you, all of you in this room today, is this inclusion? Does this attitude toward Mr. Pancholy for his sexuality foster an environment of respect for others, regardless of personal differences? Mr. Pancholy's speech at Mountain View Middle School was meant to discuss bullying and social exclusion. Bullying and social exclusion are issues that Cumberland Valley has always had. One of the most common causes of bullying and social exclusion is from prejudice, such as homophobia. This assembly would have encouraged students to be more tolerant of each other and their differences while allowing for students who feel excluded to feel seen and valid. As I mentioned earlier, one of the main things I admire about CV is its desire to foster inclusion and respect for all. The decision of this board to cancel Mr. Pancholy's assembly goes against this. And instead of supporting those ostracized and teaching students to include each other, it tells students, staff, and the community, particularly the LGBTQ+ community, that they are not welcome, that they are not seen, and that they are not included in this school district. It robs Mountain View Middle School students of an opportunity to be taught about empathy and respect. It robs students of the opportunity to be seen, to be heard, and to be accepted by others in their community. Members of the school board, you have the responsibility as elected leaders of the school district to foster a community of mutual respect for others regardless of who they are. If you uphold your choice to cancel this assembly, you are disregarding this responsibility and choosing prejudice over your community. All of you should step down if you cannot proceed to serve your community properly. Thank you.
Mrs. Owens.
Sabrina Huntley, Eileen Shader.
Ms. Huntley, go ahead.
Is this on? I think, okay. Hi, my name is Sabrina Huntley, and my wife Gretchen and our son Asher recently moved to the Cumberland Valley area from Florida. As many as you know, Florida is in a state of unrest. We moved from Florida and from the school district specifically to escape homophobia and to escape bigotry and to escape prejudice and racism. So, call me surprised when I've been in Cumberland Valley for, I don't know, a year, year and a half, and it sits on our school board. I am a proud Army veteran. I am a proud parent of an Eagle View Middle School 14-year-old who serves on the track team with our proud school board member, Jevin Ford. I feel blessed to be in this community. I feel blessed that all these parents came out tonight to show solidarity to my community that I am proud to be a part of. I come from a very small community, a very small town in Florida. It is in the central Bible Belt, as you would call it. My town is still segregated. The football games are still segregated. The basketball games are still segregated. I escaped that segregation at 17, joined the Army, served 8 years, 2 tours in Iraq, put myself through law school, and built myself up by the bootstraps. I am instilling in my 14-year-old that if you work hard and do the right thing and show kindness to people, that it comes back to you tenfold. I am proud of my wife, Gretchen, who has been with UPS for 25 years and has openly served on the LGBTQ+ board for UPS. She is also on our board in our HOA association. I feel blessed to have met her and to love her and to live out loud and be proud of who I am and who I choose to love. By discrediting Mr. Pancholy, you have shown me and my family that we're not accepted here, that we're not valued, that our opinion doesn't matter, and that no matter the fact that I'm an Army veteran, a taxpayer, a parent, a proud Cumberland Valley resident, that my voice is basically worthless. So I can tell you right now that many of you came to my door and campaigned. You campaigned on your principles and on your matters and all that. What you failed to do is realize that us community, we do our own research. We know who sits on our school board. We know who's trying to influence our kids, and we will vote you out.
Mrs. Owens.
Eileen Shader, Tony Foltz.
Hi, my name is Eileen Shader. I have two children in first and third grade at Sporting Hill Elementary. And like all parents trying to raise academically and emotionally intelligent adults, my husband and I strive to teach our kids kindness, empathy, and acceptance. And until this event, we have been happy to see those values reflected back at school. Maulik Pancholy was invited to speak to Cumberland Valley students about overcoming their prejudices and treating people with respect. While I appreciate the regrets and apologies that many on the board have expressed today, it is a shame that others on this elected body do not appear able to overcome their own prejudices and their own personal politics and show respect to both Mr. Pancholy and to the intellect and emotional intelligence of CV students. Perhaps the school board should be the ones attending Mr. Pancholy's talk along with the students. But to be honest, I'm grateful that this unfortunate event happened. Too many of us go into the voting booth flying blind on local politics. And this event has opened the eyes of so many members of our community. And it is shining a light on the character and integrity of our elected school board members. I'm thankful and inspired and encouraged that the CV community has collectively raised their voices and made it clear that we refuse to let injustice thrive in our community. I encourage the board to vote to reinstate the speaking invitation to Maulik Pancholy.
Thank you.
Tony Foltz, Maurice Reeves.
Mrs. Foltz.
Hi, I'd just like to speak on behalf of the theater community here at Cumberland Valley High School. You have a very good theater program. We have students anywhere who may have grown up singing for the churches, as well as students who grew up in the LGBTQIA+ communities, working together side by side, producing a wonderful product that brings joy to the people around them. I don't like to see some of that community being shamed or put down because they have been nothing but kind and loving to my son. And they bring a lot of joy and they really build people up. So I just want to speak out for them. And I think that would be a good place to start if you want to start building bridges after this has been reversed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jones.
Maurice Reeves, Jessica Hosenpud.
All right, Maurice Reeves, class of 93. Hey. You know you're in trouble when the Gen X show up to say something. I wanted to take a moment to reiterate some of the other things that have been said and frame it around my own experience. In middle school, I was mercilessly bullied. We had just moved to a new town where I had no friends. I was an awkward kid, and it made me a very easy target. Every single day of school was misery for me, and it was relentless. I was so low at moments and in so much pain that I honestly contemplated taking my own life. I doubted my own humanity. I felt so stripped down and broken by the bullying that I wasn't sure I deserved to live. We ended up moving at the end of middle school to CV, and being in CV High School was a very good thing for me. I ended up finding good friends. There were activities. I integrated with all kinds of people. I met all kinds of people. The diversity was fantastic. And it really helped me turn around. So when my wife and I had kids of our own, we made the conscious decision to move back to CV. Again, not because it was perfect, but because it was close to friends and family, had a strong academic foundation, and we felt like it might give them the chance to find their own friend group like I had. The only thing that kept me going in my darkest days were the small acts of kindness and recognition that sometimes came my way. Those moments probably weren't large or memorable to the people who were nice to me or accepting of me, but they sustained me and carried me through some of my lowest moments. Mr. Pancholy's assembly was a moment for kids like me to feel that same kind of recognition and acceptance and empathy that saved my life. You even acknowledged on the 15th that the subject of the assembly was empathy, and that the subject of the books that he has written is empathy. But what you did with your actions was you said that it was more offensive and more worrying to you that kids would have exposure to someone who was gay, who just happened to be gay, rather than have that life-saving, life-sustaining moment of empathy and kindness.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Owen?
Jessica Hosenpud, Karen DeMarco.
So I'm a resident of Hampton Township, and I have a child who is a sixth grader in Mountain View Middle School. This is the first time that I have come to a school board meeting, but it is not the first time that I've had contact with some of you members, because in 2022, when I heard that there was a proposal to ban books, I emailed those of you that were on the board at that time, and I told you that we, the reasonable majority of parents in your district, were watching you, and that we expected you to guard the education of our children, and that you not allow a small but vocal minority to take away valid educational opportunities for the rest of us. I said, I didn't want you to force children to read a book that their parents would object to. But by the same token, that I objected to you taking out of the library books that other parents might not object to, simply because one parent decided to come to the meeting and object to them. I actually suggested that you have an opt-out list, just a list, so that the librarians could keep it, and then parents who object wouldn't have to have their children read those books. It seems to me that it's a pretty simple solution for such an assembly too. You could send a note home, and parents that object can sign their children out of it. But instead, what you did was take away a fabulous and educational opportunity from all of our children based on, frankly, what was very clear to me in watching that video was just prejudice. And I object. I object. And so, like I said at that, in my email at that time, we are watching you, and we know what you are voting for, and we will vote you out if you don't stop letting bigotry control what you do. The worst part about the vote for me was that it was unanimous. I thought to myself, where are the reasonable people that are supposed to be representing me? Not the, zealots. Where are the reasonable people? And it was crickets. So we're watching you, and we expect you reasonable people to vote in reasonable.
Thank you. Mrs. Owens?
Karen DeMarco, Jillian Byerly.
Ms. DeMarco? Ms. Byerly? Ms. Owens, are you Mrs. Byerly or Mrs. DeMarco?
Byerly.
Byerly, can you call the next person down, Ms. Owens?
Allison McClure.
Good evening. I'm the parent of a middle school student at Mountain View and a ninth grader at CB9. As parents, we are continually reminded of the potential threats to our children. Social media, vaping, drugs, alcohol, gun violence, sex trafficking, video games, The list goes on. We have a lot on our plate. But the threat we're here to discuss today, bullying. Mr. Pancholy shares that growing up, he was nerdy, scrawny, geeky, Indian, and gay, all made him a target. The truth is, kids get bullied all the time for being all kinds of different, not least their race, color, and accent. Almost 1 in 4 kids report being bullied. For girls, it's 1 in 2. Bullying is an issue in schools, period. Dr. Blanchard and the school administration should be congratulated on selecting and vetting Mr. Pancholy to deliver a relevant, engaging, and uplifting anti-bullying message in a district where 20+% of the students are identifying as AAPI. The invitation of Mr. Pancholy was an appropriate choice. As a figure in popular culture, his anti-bullying message resonates beyond his race and ethnicity. The intersectionality of his identity as both Indian and gay, and using his popularity to advocate for kindness and empathy, make him exactly the kind of speaker we should invite into our schools. Our district includes students being raised by same-sex parents, as well as students and faculty who identify as LGBTQ+, and the parents raising those students. As board members, you were elected to serve them all, to support them all, to hear them all, not to judge them all. Mr. Pancholy is not a threat to our middle school students. He is an advocate for them. Your decision to cancel this assembly invited politics and culture wars into our schools. You are the threat. I suspect your long game is to dismantle public education entirely. I'm here to tell you, not on our watch. You have our attention, and the eyes of the world are on you now. Now is the time to do what is right. Reinstate the assembly, listen to the community and the students that you serve. Support your dedicated team of career educators. And if you can't do that, step down.
This is Owen.
Allison McClure, Jennifer Baker.
Go ahead.
I come before the board today both as a regional manager for a company that supports individuals with disabilities, a highly marginalized population that regularly faces bullying in the form of discrimination, but also as the mother of 2 LGBTQIA children who attend Sporting Hill Elementary School and Mountain View Middle School. I have been lucky enough to support hundreds of individuals set, meet, and surpass their goals through their support and building natural support systems in their communities, not unlike this community our children live in. When clients come to us for services, one question that is asked is who is involved in their lives. Unfortunately, most individuals do not have anyone to live. After you chose to cancel Mr. Pancholy's visit to discuss bullying and being oneself, I researched how marginalized students would have benefited from this assembly. According to lawfirm.com, 3 out of 5 kids with a disability are bullied. By the age of 7, 12% have reported that they have been bullied. According to Pew Research, there are 7.3 million students with a disability in the United States, which would mean 4,380,000 students with disabilities have been bullied. When you canceled Mr. Pancholy based on his lifestyle, you considered only your beliefs and not how this accomplished writer, actor, and chair of the anti-bullying nonprofit Act to Change would benefit all of our children, especially those who are LGBTQIA+, AAPI, or any other marginalized population. You chose bigotry over the benefit of our children and the future of our community. Now, as it relates to my daughter, a 6th grader who has known who she is since before she set a foot in Mountain View Middle School. She was outraged by your decision, but instead of acting out as most children her age may tend to do, she, along with some of her friends and peers, went around and gathered signatures. What you failed to consider is that these students who you are trying to protect have more courage than any of us ever will. And even facing the bigotry that you displayed for the world to see, they have risen to face you head on. If you try to cancel their voices, you will fail. My daughter inspires me every day. Her personality shines through in everything she does. She is smart, athletic, artistic, funny, unique, loyal, and she just happens to be gay. If you choose to uphold your previous vote, you will teach these children that their wants and desires do not matter. The assembly was for the benefit of them, not the board or any other adult. If the board was concerned about Mr. Pancholy's address, could permission slips not have been provided as an option for parents to disallow their children from attending, as is required to watch any movie above a PG rating in the classroom? These kids are our future and they are fierce. For the good of our community and most importantly, our children, do the right thing and reinstate the assembly. Bigotry and excuses have no place in our community. The next move is yours and the world is watching.
Thank you. Ms. Jones?
Jennifer Baker, Kathy George.
Ms. Baker? Kathy George? Ms. Jones, can you call the next person on the list, please?
Mary Bollinger.
Mary Bollinger? Yes, sir. Ms. Bollinger, your previous speaker is right behind you. The lady behind you is ahead of you.
Good evening. Children frequently learn behaviors through imitation. They learn by modeling or copying the behavior of others. This is called observational learning, something most teachers are very familiar with. This last week, I have been struck by the fact that those who disagreed with the decision to cancel Mr. Pancholy's assembly, appear to be primarily adults in the district. These adults are all aware that they can attend school board meetings, speak during the public comment time, submit a comment through the website, email any member of the board at any time, or speak to the administration about any of their concerns. But instead of going through proper channels where a compromise could have been reached, they called the local news. They called the newspapers, the national news, the Today Show. They posted temper tantrums on social media and called people they disagreed with names, like bigots or haters. So let me tell you what Webster says bullying is. Bullying is an act, written or spoken words, intended to intimidate or harass a person or persons. So who really needs an anti-bullying assembly? Our students or their parents? These adults attempting to bully the administration and board into doing what they want see it as doing the right thing. But let's be real. It's another form of bullying. It's attempting to shame, harass, and intimidate the board into changing their vote and instead agree to approve the assembly. As a community, we need to look at what the 10,000 district students are learning from this experience. Are we teaching them that it is okay to bully others when you think you're doing the right thing? Or is bullying always wrong? How do we teach our children to deal with bullying? Often we tell them to ignore it and hope it stops from lack of attention. When that doesn't work, we tell them to tell the bully to stop or there will be consequences. But throughout all of it, we tell our children, you don't ever give in to the bully or it will continue. Giving in is the worst thing you can do.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Jones, the next two, please.
Mary Bollinger, Joanne Cloud.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mary Bollinger. I'm a resident
of and a homeowner and a taxpayer in Hampton Township. I know some of the people on the board, we've been here since 2004. I have 3 boys, all of whom went through Cumberland Valley School District from kindergarten through high school. They were all fully prepared for college, did well in the chosen fields, graduated in 4 years, are off the payroll now. Thanks to the teachers at Cumberland Valley in part. Because my husband is Asian, we are part of the AAPI community here. My husband could tell you many stories of the bullying he received as a child and the racism his parents were subjected to as Korean immigrants. My sons received their share of remarks and name calling. And as recently as a few years ago, my son was spit on as he walked through his neighborhood in Washington, D.C. during the height of the anti-Asian fervor and the Chinese flu that came from, that was COVID-19. I think this toolkit you referred to, Mr. Barrick, could have come in handy for him had he known about. I have only 2 other points to make. As far as Mr. Schaffner is concerned, Bud, you have exposed yourself as a bigot, and an apology will not erase that. That's a belief that's been long inside of you. Bigots do not belong on public school boards, and I'm sorry, but you don't belong on the Cumberland Valley School Board. Please step down. Please step down. As to the decision to cancel Mr. Pancholy, it was clear from the video I saw and from your admission here tonight on this board, there was little deliberation on the merits or the substance of Mr. Pancholy's material before you voted it down. I am concerned about this lack of scholarship by our board and fear what it means for any future issues that are going to come across your desk. You may well do to take some instruction from Mr. Blanchard and his staff on how to research anyone who comes to talk in our schools, because they seem to have done their homework. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Joanne Clow, Catherine De La Barrera.
My name's Joanne Clow. I've lived in Hampton Township for 23 years, and I have 2 daughters who graduated from Cumberland Valley in 2012 and 2014. I'm also the grandmother raising a granddaughter, Carter, who's in 2nd grade at Sporting Hill Elementary and now class of 2034. I'm teaching her, she was here earlier, but got tired and left. I'm teaching her, like my father, John F. Clow Jr., former vice president of Franklin and Marshall College, and my mother, Suzanne Durant Clow, a proud small business owner, taught me over and over again in my life. Evil prospers when good people do nothing. When I heard on a news broadcast the other day when I was doing dishes that a Pennsylvania school district school board had voted unanimously to cancel a middle school anti-bullying assembly because the speaker was gay, I was shocked. When I listened further and learned it was Cumberland Valley School District that took this action, I was both embarrassed and appalled. Cumberland Valley's mission statement and website clearly state, we are a school of inclusion and quote, we do not discriminate based on race, color, age, creed, religion, sex, sexual orientation, not lifestyle, ancestry, national origin, marital status, parenting status, pregnancy or handicap disability in its activities, programs, or employment practices. Yet here we are with a school board that canceled an anti-bullying assembly because the presenter's sexual orientation. Mr. Schaffner, your apology that you used the wrong word isn't going to cut it with this crowd. It is your bigoted attitude that was the problem with that video of you at that meeting. Claiming this man's lifestyle our children should not be exposed to that. What century is this? The irony of this school board using homophobia and bigoted words to discuss, support, and then vote to cancel anti-bullying is beyond frightening. Having a public speaker who's a successful actor, author, et cetera, like other people have said, would have meant so much to kids that felt marginalized. But even more importantly, besides reaching out to the child that was bullied and feeling heard, imagine reaching out to the bullies and maybe getting some of them to look at this in a different light and look at it certainly better than their school board has. One of the highest rates of suicide is for kids that are bullied. And so I finished tonight saying, shame on you. Shame on you for doing this, because I will not stand back quiet anymore. To stay back and be silent is acquiescence.
Catherine de la Barrera, Dua de la Barrera.
Her name's Dova.
Dova.
Good.
So I was fully prepared to come here tonight. And as I've done for this board numerous times, speak on behalf of my children because I want this district to do better. But it seems I owe all of you a word of thanks. Because where they're bullies, all 3 of my children, bullied since elementary school up through high school, have been silenced by some of their peers for the same bigoted beliefs that some of you hold dear. Your action on my middle kid's birthday seems to have given all 3 of them back their voices, and there is a storm coming behind me. I was incredibly disappointed in the decisions of some of you. My children have spoken directly with a few of you in person about the bullying, and you made this decision. 2 of them go to Mountain View. 1 of them's in high school. Even more problematic, 2 of the 3 have attempted to end their lives, explicitly stating the bullying that happens in this district as the reason. That is unacceptable. And your action told them they didn't deserve to live. And I hold you personally accountable for that. Your apologies mean nothing without action. And if you cannot fix this and support all of our students, regardless of their so-called lifestyles, you don't deserve to sit on that board. And the only action that you can take in the future is to resign and give this district back to the parents who actually care for our youth.
Dova de la Barrera, Isa de la Barrera.
I am Dova, an 8th grade student at Mountain View Middle School, and an openly trans student in this district who has been bullied, harassed, and even assaulted because of the way I am, because I am myself. All of this has drained me, dehumanized me, because I'm just the trans kid. All this led to a breaking point in me. I was so sick and tired of everybody harassing me, bullying me, so I took over 25 pills of Tylenol in an attempt to kill myself because I thought I was a waste, a failure. I, however, reached out for help and realized that my actions were stupid. The school board is telling trans kids and LGBT kids that they do not belong and that and this will kill kids, whether it be by someone else's hands or by their own. And some of them will succeed. And when, not if, when that happens, their blood will be on your hands. It has happened in so many states before, and it has happened in this state before. You are doing exactly what he was coming here to speak against, and even actively encouraging others to take homophobic actions against others more than ever. During the time that I was planning on how to take my life, someone like Maulik could have dissuaded me. Seeing someone like him who is openly queer succeed and speak out against bullying. It could have prevented my attempt. You canceling it could push someone over the edge. Someone like me could have used that. It could have saved them. But no, your actions will kill people. You may not know it. You may not hear about it. But know that people are going to die and it will be your fault and no one but your fault.
I do. Mrs. Owen?
Isa de la Barrera, Alexandria Bayless.
All right. Hi, my name is Lexi. I'm a daughter of Catherine, sister of Dova. I'm a junior here at Cumberland Valley. I want to start by saying I don't really appreciate having to come to this board meeting that could have been avoided on my birthday. However, seeing all these people come out here to all this support has possibly made this one of my best birthdays. So it's taken a lot of courage for me to come up here just so you can see me. I'm here. I'm queer and I have hopes and dreams, and like my sister, I almost lost them to the bullying here. I almost lost everything to the bullying here. Fortunately, I did come to my senses. I realized my actions were wrong, but a voice like, okay, my brain's farting on his name, I'm sorry. Pancholy, a voice like Pancholy's could have dissuaded me in the first place. So I really hope you can consider what kind of message you are sending by canceling this meeting, and I hope you can reconsider your actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Owen?
Isa de la Barrera and Brittany Ann Havley.
Go ahead.
My name is Isa. I'm a seventh grader at Mountain View. I am different for many reasons. For example, autism, I'm a Latina, and I'm here. I'm very queer. And honestly, at this point, I get bullied on a daily basis for many reasons. This has gone to a point where I've now reported to the school police. And your vote told me and students like me to be silent. And if that's what this board wants, then that's what you'll get. Because silence can be very powerful if you can make it. For the rest of my time, I ask the community to stand with me in a silent solidarity of our staff and students.
Ms. Owens, next, please.
Brittany Ann Hadley, Michael Fulton.
Go ahead.
It's going to be confusing. I'm Michael, not Brittany. So if Brittany's here.
Okay, you go ahead and speak.
Okay, thank you. My name is Michael Fulton. I have a ninth grader and a sixth grader, both of who have attended Mountain View Middle School. And we've been a member of the school district since they began school. Over the years, I have felt very grateful for the opportunities and the education that my children have received while students in the district. These past few years, I have also been grateful that the district has seemed to stay out of the political fray, while so many other districts in the news have been pulled into the chaos of manufactured culture wars and foolish book bans. So I was shocked when I learned that this board voted unanimously to cancel the planned speaker in an unusual manner. I was even more shocked when board member Bud Schaffner said the quiet parts out loud and declared that it was because Mr. Pancholy is a homosexual activist and proud of his lifestyle. I would like to remind Mr. Schaffner and the board that many of your students, teachers, and staff are a part of the LGBTQ community, and that many others are parents and friends to them. We know that this is not a lifestyle. It is a part of who they are. And most importantly, it is only a small part of all the parts that come together to make a person a person. We are all different. We all have different lifestyles, and we all deserve to be received and regarded as full individuals. To state that an anti-bullying assembly should not be held because it is political does not make sense. Because to say that it is political is to say that being gay is a political choice. Your comments, although they may have been unintentional, were very harmful, extremely harmful. To compare an anti-bullying assembly geared towards middle schoolers to a political rally requires a level of cognitive dissonance that you can't really expect us to have. We are smarter than that, and I know, I would like to think that you are smarter than that as well. An anti-bullying message should not be political, but you've managed to make it political. You did that. Not Mr. Pancholy, not your teachers or administrators, not the parents, you. And it is disingenuous to not accept the responsibility for that and to say that it is anything other than your own political agenda that you are pushing.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. 10-minute recess. We can have our seats. You can have your seats. We'll get started. Okay. We've received 105 cards from people wanting to make comment this evening. We're about halfway through those cards. We're approximately halfway through the speakers, and we'll stay this evening as long as it takes to get through every person who wishes to address the board. That being said, the board is prepared to take action this evening if I reiterate my earlier comments that if you feel your comments have already been voiced, then in the interest of time, you may consider waiving your opportunity to comment. But by all means, you are invited to comment if you wish to do so. Mrs. Owens, we have the next two speakers.
Nicholas Perry, John Greacher.
Is this on? All right. Hello, my name is Nicholas Perry and I'm a senior at Cumberland Valley High School. I'm an active participant in school clubs and activities such as the musical and mini-thon. Throughout my years at Cumberland Valley, I've made friends from various backgrounds, including both members of the LGBTQ+ community and Asian Americans. While I'm not a member of the LGBTQ+ community, I am a supporter of equal rights and representation for all, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or ethnicity. I believe that the school decision made by the board is a disgrace to Cumberland Valley as a district. The belief that all students should be respected equally has been preached by CV for as long as I can remember. And this decision goes directly against everything that we stand for, both as a school and as a student body. The idea that homosexuality should be hidden and feared is an ignorant and bigoted way of thinking that has been long outdated. I am disgusted by the actions taken by the board, and I sincerely apologize on behalf of the ignorant decision made by its members. Quite honestly, I think it's embarrassing for our school to be represented in such an ignorant decision, and I think it would be in the board's best interest to reconsider it, as it has caused Cumberland Valley's reputation to plummet. Middle school was a very difficult time for me, as I dealt with massive amounts of bullying from my peers, and it greatly impacted my self-esteem and mental health. This caused me to act out and try and change myself to seek acceptance from others. I can only imagine how difficult bullying must be for members of the LGBTQ+ community, due to the fact that being gay is something they cannot change. Being gay is not a choice, and we shouldn't shame and discriminate anyone who is different from us. Anti-bullying seminars may not always be effective, but as someone who has been on the other side of one, they are always appreciated. In canceling this event, you have removed the opportunity for students who are struggling to feel seen. Mr. Pancholy was granted a platform to spread a message of positivity and acceptance, and you have stripped him of that. All students should be accepted for who they are, and the cancellation of this event has made students feel ashamed, and I leave you with a simple question. If this man cannot be represented in our school, why should our students feel like they can be? Listen to your students. Thank you for your time, and I hope you reconsider your decision.
Thank you. Mrs. Owens.
John Greacher, Sharon Novak.
Thank you. My name is John Greacher. I'm a resident and taxpayer of the Cumberland Valley School District for over 46 years. We raised two children who graduated from the school and have done very well. We thank the teachers and the administrators, these and also those that were previous ones, for what they did for them. I originally didn't expect to be talking here today, but I looked around at all the young people here and I thought maybe you should hear from some old person. I worry about what the effect of the decision that you made will have on future generations of students from Cumberland Valley. You know, at one time when my kids started here, they called this place Cow Valley. Now, it wasn't a positive term. It was something very derisive. It was made by a lot of the kids and the people around this community. Well, as a result of people like this on my right and their predecessors, they changed the image of Cumberland Valley entirely around. We became a school that was recognized in the state and now nationally as one of the best institutions around. I worry that some of the actions that you've taken may have harmed that. I worry about the kids who will be applying for college next year, who have to put in their application that they came from Cumberland Valley, and the admissions office looking at that and saying, oh, is that the school that wouldn't let gay people talk? So when I heard about this, when I heard about the decision, I got most of my information from the media. I heard about Mr. Schaffner saying something to the effect that, do you know that he's gay? I guess it was a constituent that called and said, do you know, or this is my imagination, I'm not sure of what that conversation was like, but do you know he's gay? Maybe you don't want to have that person talking to your students because he's gay. He's an activist. So as a result of that, then I kind of imagine what happened within the board. What were you thinking? What went through your mind at the time you had to make your decision? What kind of due process did it occur? And with all due respect, I sincerely doubt that you sat down and said, wait a minute, I'd like to read 26 pages of what activists do before you make your decision. Now, subsequently, I read in the media, it says, well, maybe if we had all this information, if we had a script, or if we had some idea of what they were going to say, what he was going to say, maybe I would have made a different decision. And like many of my predecessors here at this podium said, what kind of due diligence is that? Is that the way you make all of your decisions? You just kind of wing it. You say, okay, I think I'll go on my prejudice. I don't think I'll do any due diligence. I don't have to call these people. I don't have to call the superintendent.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller. Sharon Novak, Danielle Shunk.
I'm Danielle, so I guess that makes me next. My name is Danielle Shunk. I graduated from CV High School in 2014. The definition I found of bullying is it's a form of aggressive behavior in which someone intentionally and repeatedly causes another person pain or discomfort. I was bullied my entire school career. I will forever be who bullying has made me. I have been diagnosed with PTSD from being bullied in your schools. I will eventually be okay, but the fact that it's been 10 years since I walked these halls and I'm not okay already is insane. Your decision to disallow Mr. Pancholy may have been made due to politics, which is unfair, as every politician should have a negative view of bullying. Or it may have been made because Mr. Pancholy is gay, which is unfair because that's not what he wants to speak about. Speaking about bullying helps kids know they are not alone. As Mr. Pancholy would say, to let kids know they are seen. Bullying is isolating and painful. If I had a platform and could raise awareness for the issues of bullying, I would. That is all Mr. Pancholy wants to do. My point is that kids need to know they are not alone in being bullied. Letting Mr. Pancholy speak about bullying will show them that. One thing I learned while teaching children is that when you are wrong, you admit it. You apologize to them and you fix what you did wrong. Please reinstate Mr. Pancholy to speak about anti-bullying advocacy.
Thank you. Tricia Comstock, as a matter of order, has requested Mrs. Comstock would like to make a special statement for the group.
All right.
Mrs. Comstock, go ahead.
I'm not going to talk again, but I just want to ask the adults that haven't spoken yet to consider saving your speech for the May 6th. We have a lot of students here. I'd love to hear them speak, and they have school tomorrow. And I also want as many people here when the vote actually occurs. So if you can wait until May 6th, I think that would be a wonderful consideration and allow our students to have their voices heard. And then for us all to be here for the vote, because I know I'm not going to be here at midnight. So just asking them.
Thank you. We're gonna go through the list. Mrs. Owens,
Kenneth Levin, Donald Wardenberg.
All right, hello, everyone. My name is Kenneth Levin. I'm a physician in our community and a father of multiple kids in this district, including one who's going to be attending Mountain View Middle School in the fall. A lot of what I was going to say has been said already, but I'm going to give a few disjointed points. Number one, I was bullied relentlessly myself when I was in middle school, and if I had had the opportunity that these kids are having to have a speaker like Mr. Pancholy, I don't know, maybe my life would have been a little more different at that time. Number two, no amount of backtracking or claiming that canceling Mr. Pancholy's talk is actually because of his activism can undo the fact that certain members of this board ascribe to extremist beliefs rooted in bigotry, in which they assume that being gay is a choice and that sexual identity can be changed the same way one changes clothes. And therefore, through some sort of bizarre logic, they feel that the existence of gay people living public lives somehow hurts them, their families, and their children. And I will never be able to wrap my head around that. Next, thank you. Next, I'm a grandson of two Holocaust survivors who lost scores of relatives to Hitler's bullets and gas chambers. My maternal grandmother was the only survivor of her entire branch of our family tree. I bring this up because of the Moms for Liberty chapter that in their newsletter this past June prominently quoted Adolf Hitler, stating, "He alone who gains the youth owns the future," with an attribution of the quote to Hitler, meaning that this was very deliberate. When you start quoting Hitler to support your agenda, you can no longer claim any moral high ground. I will also note that this meeting is taking place on the second day of Passover, one of the holiest days of the Passover holiday, when strictly observant Jews are unable to attend. This board's flagrant attempt to impose extremist beliefs on the district, and furthermore, to schedule a meeting to discuss at a time when many Jews cannot attend, can only be interpreted as either explicitly anti-Semitic or at least incredibly tone deaf and deeply fueled by willful ignorance. I sincerely hope this board is ashamed of itself for aligning its decisions with the morals of a group who feel a Hitler quote about brainwashing young people by controlling their access to information is an acceptable agenda. I urge you to reverse your decision. You brought ridicule and shame on this district in the local, national, and international press and all over social media. Do not continue to make this district a laughingstock. It affects all of us and especially our children. I also do find it very curious how we're the ones being accused of bullying the board, because I'm sure the people saying this tonight are probably voting for Donald Trump, a man who consistently attacks, calls names, and unleashes daily vitriol of people he disagrees with and doesn't like. You get on your high horse and claim you oppose bullying while glorifying one of the biggest bullies of them all. Thank you.
thank you. Mrs. Owens,
Donald Wardenberg, Lois Konechiki.
you can go on. Give us one name, Mrs. Owens. This is Konashiki's here.
Nicole Qureshi.
Go ahead.
I was wondering how long it would take to invoke Trump. Took a long time. In Superintendent Blanchard's April 18th letter to school staff, he left the impression that the cancellation of Speaker Pancholy was about the views of the board on Mr. Pancholy's sexual orientation. This should not be and is not about that. First of all, the administration put the board in this difficult position by inviting a controversial speaker who promotes radical political activism without inviting the board and the community into the discussion first. If you knew your children were targets of a radical political agenda or a cult, what would you do? This is about the furtherance of a dangerous political agenda on K-12 school campuses, which seeks to invoke and create various kinds of political and cultural division within our communities. This agenda includes subjecting school employees and students to a radical, racial, anti-America, anti-science agenda, which also promotes gender confusion and the sterilization and mutilation of children. Public education is mimicking left-wing media, presenting radical, divisive agendas as tolerant, safe, and inclusive, when their goals are really the exact opposite. They seek to irreparably tear us apart, and the children are a primary focus to destroy families once and for all. There is an unhealthy and narcissistic obsession with sexual activity, identity, and exploration. Social media makes any of these non-traditional sexual identities cool to vulnerable children. I have heard stories of children who identify as heterosexual being bullied, not the LGBTQ kids. LGBT kids are now the cool kids, and some of them gang up on and torture the heterosexual kids. Was your speaker going to address this disturbing trend? Bullying is on the uprise. Why? What kind of bullying? Do you know? Do you have evidence more than anecdotal? This is not about acceptance of the gay community. I thought that subject had been settled years ago, as majorities of people of all political stripes have accepted alternate adult lifestyles. Children need time to grow up without obsessive inward focus. How are they going to catch up in that? Can we just don't experiment?
My goodness, is Connie speaking.
Academic.
Mrs. Owens, for the next two.
Nicole Qureshi, Amy Erno.
Can you give the names again, please?
Nicole Qureshi, Amy Erno.
Can I have your name, please?
Amy Erno.
Okay. Mrs. Owens, can we have the next person, please?
Valerie Ryerson.
You, go ahead.
Good evening, Cumberland Valley. Much of what I wanted to say has been said. I want to say to everyone in the LGBTQ+ community who has been made to feel less than by the events of this past week, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. You are beloved by God exactly as you are, and anyone who would tell you otherwise is wrong. The voices of ignorance may sometimes be loudest, but they are wrong for exactly who you are. You are loved.
Thank you. Mrs. Owens, next two names, please.
Valerie Ryerson, Brooke Ryerson.
So I am going to use just a few seconds of my time to do the thing that brings the most honor to my family, which is introduce my amazing daughter, Brooke Ryerson.
Hello, my name is Brooke Ryerson. I'm a 10th grader in CV. I'm a leader in my marching band, and I'm a proud member of the LGBTQ plus community. And as of last week, I am an activist. When I heard that Mr. Pancholy's author visit was canceled, I was just confused and honestly surprised. I thought it had to be a mistake. But when I found out that the reason was that he's a proud homosexual and that you didn't want that imposed on our students at any age, I was heartbroken. I have always felt safe and supported here at CV, but that feeling of security is gone now. You have sent a message to every single LGBTQ plus student, parent, and staff member that they are not welcome and that they are not wanted here. I have been made a leader of a large group of students. In 8th grade, I received an award for being a welcoming, kind, supportive member of our community, but you have shown that that does not matter to you. What matters to you about me and what matters to you about Mr. Pancholy is that we are gay. And because of that, you do not want us in your schools. You do not want us around your students. And while being gay is a part of who I am, it is not a choice. It is not a lifestyle. It does not define me. So I ask you all to please rethink your decision. And when you do so, think about who Mr. Pancholy truly is. Think about empathy and kindness and respect to all those around us. Because that is what Mr. Pancholy teaches us. And that is what CV says they want to teach us. If that is true, you will reinstate his speech. That is what matters. A person's sexuality, gender, or race is not what should matter to us. CV should be a place where all feel welcome, and Mr. Pancholy's speech would do exactly that. He is an activist against bullying, not a political activist. There's no political agenda, and only an agenda for kindness and inclusion, and I hope you all find it in your hearts, because I know you all have it, to please do what you know is best for all students in this district and reinstate this speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Bowen, Aria Sonokar.
Or either one? Anyone here? Mrs. Owens next to then.
Nicole Miller, Nicolene Cole.
Hi, I'm Nicolene Cole, and I'm just willing to say that I will forego my slot tonight so that we can move things along. Considering that Mr. Pancholy's voice was silenced, I want to make sure that our students' voices aren't silenced.
I just want to say really quickly, this is not something new. I remember standing in front of you asking that sexual orientation be added to your policies. And now look, these children have to stand before you begging you to stop silencing them. You should all be ashamed of yourself. I'll get the rest of my speech and let the kids speak.
Mrs. Owens, next to them, please.
Matt Portier, Christina Whitmer.
Good, sir.
Hello, I'm Matt Cordier, and I'm a parent of a Mountain View Middle School student. I would like to start out by thanking the board. Mr. Barrick, in particular, you thoroughly articulated your position, and you convinced me. Mr. Pancholy should absolutely not be allowed to lead an assembly for our students about political activism. But thankfully, it was about bullying, and I think that that's all something that we could use now. The notion that an individual will be unable to stay on topic simply because of their lifestyle is absurd. For the individuals that want sexuality left out of our schools, that would be an absolutely Herculean task. We take for granted what is normal. Students are technically bombarded with sexuality of their teachers, administrators, board members, or speakers every single day simply by them just talking about their husband, wife, or children. Any LGBTQ plus individuals that are proud of their lifestyle are no different than anyone else that wants to share their lives and experiences with our children. And the more diversity in our schools, the better. It is a lot harder to hate someone with whom you have shared experience. The atmosphere you are trying to create could cause some individuals to close off that part of their identity. Talking about leaving sexuality out of schools is nothing more than thinly veiled bigotry targeted at LGBTQ plus individuals meant to sound like a reasonable position. The justifications presented this evening from some board members in support of the original decision are nothing more than pretext to support a clear agenda from a select few on the board that would see our district burn to the ground if it furthers their political ambitions. Your wanton disregard for the Sunshine Act, as well as clear discrimination that has drawn the attention of the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission, is a liability and an embarrassment to our school district. To say that you made a mistake is a cop-out. You made a decision. And we're only talking about it now because you made international news. No one made a mistake. You were wrong, but the beautiful thing about life is you can change your mind and your actions when you learn new information. As a direct result of your actions, you have the eyes of the world upon you. And I urge you to use this opportunity to change your vote and set an example for our children that when we are exposed to new views and diversity, we can grow. And I hope to see you at the polls.
Thank you. Mrs. Owen.
Christina Whitmer, Harold Pomrening.
Since Christina Whitmer, this is my husband, Jason Whitmer. Since the day our CC could form an opinion and the ability to dress themselves, they snuck clothing from their brother. We had many tearful arguments over proper attire for funerals, weddings, and school. CC loves to wear the society deems as boy clothes. CC also loves to keep their hair short, which society deemed that it would make CC a boy. Sporting Hill Elementary School administrators and staff have been extremely supportive and open to CC's preferences and have exceeded our expectations. CC calls her classmates, teachers, principal, and staff their family. CC says they love and support each other like a family. Our child is 9 years old in 3rd grade at Sporting Hill, and their innocence is still intact despite society's opinion of them. Recently, CC has requested that their family, school, and close friends use the they and them pronouns when speaking about them. This would be what the world has labeled as non-binary or non-conforming. CC has been showing their preference since they were 4 years old. They are brave in exploring who they are as a person. Do we not want our children to discover who they are and learn to love themselves? My worst fears, after CC decided to come out, and my husband's, were the parents, not the children their age. We have experienced bullying from parents at some groups my children participate in towards our family and CC. I refuse to allow CC's amazing elementary school to be bullied into not supporting them as they age. This includes Mountain View Middle School and Cumberland Valley High School. The Whitmer family is not going away, and we will not allow you to continue to ignore the LGBTQ plus community. We are here to stay. The recent decision by the school board members was prejudiced against the LGBTQ plus community. Many of the students identify with this community or are allies to those who identify. Hate has no place here. My child loves with all their heart. They are kind, caring, and supportive of their peers and teachers. My child wants the world to accept them for who they are. They do not understand why adults cannot let them be. They believe in God. They believe that God loves all their children. School board, your actions at the last board meeting made my biggest fears come true. Just because someone is different does not make them evil or unworthy. There are people who love differently or do not meet the gender norms that society has deemed appropriate. They should not feel ashamed or have to hide because a bunch of adults are scared that they will have a negative impact on their children. That is hate, and hate has no place here in Cumberland Valley School District. Cumberland Valley School District is growing and diversifying with many cultures, religions, and lifestyles, and you should respect that. I'd like to point out an image attached to this letter for Moms for Liberty posted on September 11th, 2023. A recently elected board member, Kelly, is a member of Moms for Liberty. It is an image of a mama bear with a Moms for Liberty t-shirt that is covered in blood with children lying on the ground. LGBTQ plus pride flag, science, civics, and history books shredded. There is no longer the image I did happen to find on their Facebook page. It is cruel, horrible, and disgusting image of a mother protecting her cubs and learning
Thank you.
those. Resign.
Ms. Jones.
Harold Pomraning, Carl Dreibelbis.
My name is Harold Pomraning. I'm a retired assistant superintendent from Cumberland Valley School District in 2004. And I would first of all like to applaud the administration for their letter, and they're standing fast on that letter. I believe everything that they said is accurate. I think the school board has done 4 things in my mind. You've taught our students and our community possibly how to be biased, discriminatory, closed-minded, and making a personal attack on someone's lifestyle. Those are things we do not want in this school community. You need to change your mind and do a better voting when the voting comes up. Secondly, regarding this man's lifestyle, I'm sure you may be aware, and maybe you're not, but you should be. There are gays and lesbians and maybe others in our school district who are employees and who have been for years. I knew them when I was working here and prior to 2004 in retirement, and they are some of the finest individuals, some of the finest staff members that I know. Still friends with them today. What does it matter what their lifestyle is? What does it matter that Maulik's lifestyle is? It shouldn't matter. Bottom line is, these folks come to work every day. They do their job. As long as they behave themselves, who cares what their lifestyle is? It shouldn't matter. And then we also have the students in our school district who have that persuasion as well. And what are we teaching them by making these kinds of decisions from the school board's perspective? The wrong things as far as I'm concerned. When I started teaching back in the 70s, I started a program in the West Shore School District called ILAC. That stood for I am lovable and capable. And bullying was a big part of that. And we had students who came out and talked to us about being bullied and maybe even having the feelings of being gay. And some of them did turn out to be gay later in life. I know that for a fact. But they thanked us for that program to help them along the way. And we need this man to help us along the way. Please change your mind.
Mrs. Owen.
Carl Dreibelbis, Julie Gillespie.
All right, there's not much I can say that hasn't already been said, but I want to make something very clear. Teddy Roosevelt said, speak softly and carry a big stick. You guys silenced somebody. Now you got a big stick, okay? Here's the problem with what you did, in case you didn't notice. You got caught, okay? Ignorance of the law doesn't mean you can't get arrested for what you do. And if you cry and you say, oh, I didn't know it was a crime, you still get arrested. You can all cry about what you did, but you still did it. The consequences are yours. I did not want to be here tonight. I have better things to do. But my kids will see that I came here, and I will stand up to people that are going to be the bullies, okay? That's you. try to silence people, you try to tell people that they're not good enough, that's you, all right? I am a white guy. I drive a truck. I hunt. I'm pretty privileged. I live in a great area here. I never had to deal with some of the stuff that these other kids had to, all right? You're not giving them the opportunity to hear someone say it's okay. But it's nice for me to know that this many people showed up because these kids are gonna see that it's gonna be okay, because we'll stand up to you. Thank you.
Mrs. Owens?
Julie Gillespie, Jason Viscount.
My next two names, please.
Brenda Jumper, Amy Melhorn.
Can you give me your name, please?
Amy Melhorn.
Okay, can we get the next name in? Mrs. Owens.
Aaron Corvea.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm going to cut my talk down a little bit because a lot of people have already said what I wanted to say. I'll start by saying that 4 extremist members of this board chose a path of imposing their personal prejudices on this community, made homophobic comments on public record, disregarded the opinion and values of constituents, manipulated fellow board members. They further doubled down by standing by these statements and threatening the administration. Through their actions, they have brought negative, disgraceful national attention to Cumberland Valley. Bullying is a rampant problem throughout this district. As a parent of 4 graduates and 2 current students, I am appalled and disgusted by the path that these members have chosen. I'm disheartened that a valuable lesson on empathy and kindness is being withheld from my students. It is painfully obvious that these members could have benefited themselves from hearing Mr. Pancholy speak. Through their actions, these members have chosen to accept and condone and support the bullying of students across this district. I am asking that members Pottinger, Clancy, Barrick, and Drapp acknowledge that they have neglected to adequately serve Cumberland Valley and do what is in the best interest of this district. I'm calling for these members to accept the consequences of their actions and step down from this board before we go to the polls. Every member of this board would be wise to keep in mind that who you love has no boundaries, but who you hate speaks volumes about you.
Thank you. Mrs. Owens.
Aaron Corvea, Cyrus Hicks.
Hi, my name is Erin Corvea, and I'm the mother of 2 children at CV. I'm also a teacher that has been in education for over 20 years, and I am the sister-in-law of Maulik Pancholy, so I would like to speak a little bit about him tonight. We have welcomed Maulik into our family for over 20 years now. My brother and Maulik have been married for the past 10 years. We are here tonight because at your last meeting, this board posed concerned about imposing Maulik's lifestyle on the students of CV. Since then, you have tried to fabricate that he is a political activist. Please take note that while he is a social activist for kindness and anti-bullying, Maulik is in no way a political activist, and his assemblies do not have political content. I am hopeful that you do not truly believe that sexual orientation defines his lifestyle. Any parent that I know would be happy for their child to have Maulik's lifestyle imposed on them. I am personally extremely thankful for the time that my children spend with him. I'd like to tell you what I know about the lifestyle Maulik lives, the lifestyle that I have seen for the last 20 years. Maulik's lifestyle is selfless, it is humble, it is always kind, and it is very giving. He is in a committed and loving relationship. Maulik is extremely intelligent and a very hard worker. He's a graduate of Yale University, and he has a very accomplished career. All of the things I wish for my children. Malik grew up a minority child, gay, and dealt with a lot of bullying and discrimination. What did he do with that? Cower, give up, show anger? No, he worked hard. He walked in kindness. He created opportunity. And he has shown and continues to show success through walking this path, through walking his lifestyle. Malik has always been an avid reader. Several years ago, Malik looked to his many nieces and nephews. He looked to all the young people in the world. He realized that he rarely saw himself in the books that he read. He remembered the struggles that he had with bullying. Malik wanted to reach youth. He wanted to help them feel seen and to try to help them in finding their place in the world and finding their voice and overcome the bullying around them. He wanted to help, whether Black, white, Indian American, disabled, LGBTQ, etc. Malik wrote his first book called The Best at It. I read it with my son Cyrus before it was even published. After reading his first book, I spoke to many people about how beautiful this book was and how it spoke to all ages and all types of people. As a straight white woman, I connected to so many parts of his book. We all know that life can be sometimes a challenge to navigate. What helps us all through life is the support that we find around us. Those support systems come in many shapes and sizes: home, family, church, school, teachers, best friends, music, books. As an educator, I've seen many different types of support systems, and I also know that many children do not have a stable home, a supportive family, or equal opportunities in front of them. It is our responsibility as a community, teachers, a district, and a board to create a safe place for these children.
Thank you. Mrs. Owen,
Cyrus Hicks, Ari Callahan.
go ahead, Cyrus.
All right. Hello, my name is Cyrus Hicks. I'm 15 years old and I'm a 10th grader at Cumberland Valley High School. I'm Maulik Pancholy's nephew. In elementary school, it hit me that my uncle was an awesome guy, a super awesome guy. He played Baljeet from Phineas and Ferb. He played, it's crazy. Like, okay. He played Sanjay from Sanjay and Craig. He was the hilarious Jonathan of 30 Rock. When I was in middle school, I read my uncle's book, The Best at It, before it was even published with my mom, as she said. Like many others, I was in complete disbelief and flooded with anger the moment that I heard he had been denied from coming to speak at Mountain View. I had never felt so much rage and passion in wanting to make a change other than in these past few weeks. After hearing some of the board's comments, I can say I am very happy that many of the board have acknowledged their mistakes and would like to thank those who seem to be wise, and I would like to thank those who seem to be wisely advocating for change today. Yet it seems there are still some who have twisted views and do not fully understand Malik's goals. Some on the board have expressed their feelings about him being a political activist and his relation and founding of the Act to Change organization. Please note that he did not write these words. Please note that he did not write these words that were read tonight, although he does support safe protesting. Malik is a social activist, acting for a positive change, socially, his only intents being for better and to help. Malik's lifestyle, which was extremely emphasized by the board, was obviously emphasized because he is a gay man. If you really did do research, you would actually find that his lifestyle is the best the world has to offer. Malik deserves to speak here in CV. Also, just to bring it up, there has been multiple gay clubs, CV Gay Alliance clubs in CV. Across almost every room in CV, there are anti-bullying posters plastered upon the walls. Please consider your votes wisely and let Malik speak at the school. I find it infuriating. Things need to change. No politics will be present, only empathy, courage, and one amazing guy raising awareness about bullying. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Owen,
Ari Callahan, Lex Rosato.
My name is Ari. I'm a senior at Cumberland Valley. I have taken 12 AP classes, directed the fall play, sat concertmaster in our orchestra, and I'm proud to be openly gay and non-binary. My mother's child goes to this school. It is in part because of how proud I am of this district that the actions taken by the board hurt me. I trusted you, and you call my breath and blood political. I request that you look at me and tell me that I should be hidden from my peers, that I am not to be talked about. If sexuality has no place in education, I have no place here. by canceling Maulik Pancholy's assembly on the basis that he might discuss existence outside of the gender and sexuality norms. You have demonstrated that your hopes for an end to bullying and inclusion are performatory. By choosing to avoid activism, you have created the violence and bullying you claim to detest. There is nothing political in my mind when I tell you that 20% of young adults identify as gay or transgender across all demographics. There is nothing political when I say that on average, 4 gay children will have attempted suicide by the time my time is up because of actions such as this. This type of action is why I was told by my father to not speak to you for fear of violence. This type of action is the reason I am called slurs in the hallway and no one says anything. For this reason, I hope you can find it within yourselves to ask Mr. Pancholy to come back for the assembly that can inspire so much hope into our students. Please remember that LGBTQ+ rights are not political nor lifestyles. Choosing to ignore them and view their lives as controversial is choosing to alienate 1/5 of all of the students in Cumberland Valley and to create tragedy for the school that I love. Remember the reason that anyone in education stays in education, for the lives of the children, all of them. If you're not for this, then you may leave. I feel happy that this is my last year here. I fear for my sister and for all of my friends who are not seniors if this behavior continues. I expect better. Thank you.
Lex Rosado, Irene Molkerin.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Lex Rosado, and I am a non-binary and asexual student at Cumberland Valley High School. Although I am choosing to believe that you made your decision to uninvite Mr. Pancholy with good intentions, I also strongly disagree with your judgment. Your main concern when making this decision was about hosting an overtly political event. However, Mr. Pancholy's talk was not overtly political. It was overtly anti-bullying. The main purpose of his talk, as stated multiple times by Mr. Pancholy, was to encourage people to accept each other for who they are, no matter who that may be. Anti-bullying has no party affiliation. It has no goal besides kindness. As I mentioned, I am non-binary, and I will say that out of fear, there have been multiple times where I have not corrected people with my pronouns, that I have not told people that I am non-binary and asexual, solely because I am scared of how they will react. If I had a speaker like Mr. Pancholy in middle school when I was discovering myself, maybe some of that fear wouldn't exist. Maybe I would feel more comfortable with my identity. If we invite Mr. Pancholy to speak again, he could give an anti-bullying message that would benefit students across the district. Thank you.
Mrs. Owens.
Irene Molkerin, Nathan Shields.
Let me try them again.
Irene Molkerin, Nathan Shields.
We have another name.
Laura Bourgeois.
Hi, I'm Nathan Shields. I live in Hamden Township, and my son goes to Mountain View. And there was a discussion at the lunch table among 6th grade boys, what was going on in the news. And I don't know. It seems to me that when you know better, you should do better. I'm looking at this room tonight, these savage kids that are going to lead this world in the future, and you all need to do better. I don't have an opinion that's worth anything because I'm a cishet white guy. Gen X that showed up tonight. Wow. But these kids, I am encouraged, but I'm also heartbroken. And yeah, y'all need to do better. You need to do better because the polls are coming and some of you aren't going to be here.
Ms. Owen?
Laura Bourgeois, Eva Flores.
Hi, I'm Laura. Most of what I came to say has been said, but I do want to say that I'm thankful that members of the board have said that they made a mistake and will be their votes. So that's how I understood it. I'm just wondering if any of my Monroe and Middlesex audience peeps are here. Anybody out there? Because some of the people who had been unmoved at the beginning of this meeting include my representatives as a resident of Monroe Township. Two of the three people the 3 slots that I can vote for. And I'm here to tell you that I don't agree with you. And I think there's others too. And also, you did a terrible job of doing your homework. I just can't even believe. Homework. Like the kids that have been standing up speaking have done amazing jobs at homework. And I think you need to take note of that. More questions should have been asked. I mean, I found out in 5 minutes from looking at Maulik's website that you could have called, I can't remember the middle school name, in Doylestown, PA, who had a review listed there, a glowing review. You could have called him. You could have called Maulik probably and asked him what he was going to speak about. I think somebody in the administration probably knew what he was going to speak about. You could have asked them. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Owen?
Eva Flores, Leslie Pavuelo.
Hi, I'm Leslie. My sister left. She has 2 kids. I'm a taxpayer and a business owner. I don't have any kids at the school district. I want to ask for Bud, the 2 men in the suits, Kelly, the man in black, to please get off your phones, especially when the kids are speaking. Putting your phones under the table, we see you. It's also to Bud and Kelly, when the teacher was just now here, we could see you swiping. We're here because you guys try to be sneaky. This was guys in a gender inclusive term that includes the women here. You guys were here because you try to be sneaky. Respect the time. I also want to say that earlier this year, there was a good news club at the elementary where my 5-year-old was trying to be indoctrinated by a teacher about Jesus. Matt, I think that's your name. Were you outraged about that political activism? I want to say also, oh, censorship is political activism, Matt. When you run again, you either need to run as a political activist or a liar. Putting that out there. I looked up Kelly, who is the vice president of the political religious activist organization. I looked at her Facebook post. I actually found something I agreed with and made me think of the rest of the board. Those of you who said that you didn't really understand what was happening, so you voted for it anyway. Both the post was about Anne Frank and about bystanders. There was no rush. The speech was in May. Why are you voting for something you don't understand? You are the problem. The person who says heterosexual is not a problem. We had a speaker here who was using outdated terms, but the terms don't matter so much. It matters that you made your icky feeling inside you as government officials policy for the schools. You censored content for kids because you didn't like how it made you feel on the insides. I don't know what to say about that. The activists are not the danger. The 3 of you who we know, at least I know, it's the rest of you who stayed quiet and just like rubber stamped it. You are the danger. Also, on the Anne Frank post, I don't know who you think you are, Kelly. I don't know who you think you would have been in 1944. You were not the Christian who helped hide them. You were not Anne Frank. You were not the bystander, right? Because you're a volunteer for government position here. So like, you're not a bystander person. So that wouldn't have been you. And I want you to really think about it, considering that Anne Frank's uncensored diary had her saying that, hey, I'm really sexually attracted to my girlfriend. Explicit. I think it should have been censored. Her dad protected her privacy. But knowing that Anne Frank was most likely bisexual, really consider who you would have been in 1944.
Suzanne Smith, Judith Springman.
May I have your name, please?
Hi, I'm Suzanne Smith.
Okay. Mrs. Owens, can we have another name, please? Go ahead, Susan.
My name is Suzanne Smith. My pronouns are she, her. My children attend Hamden and Sporting Hill elementary schools. I'm not originally from Central Pennsylvania. I moved to Mechanicsburg 5 years ago, specifically because my son was nearly ready to start kindergarten, and my co-parent and I chose Cumberland Valley School District based on its excellent reputation. That same son, William, has since been diagnosed with ADHD and autism and receives excellent support and services from the educators in this district. The anti-bullying message that Mr. Pancholy delivers in his books and through his activism is absolutely the kind of message I want my son and his classmates to hear. I want my son to hear that it's not okay for someone to make fun of him or hurt him for being weird, for being in special education. And if this school district was making national headlines for canceling an assembly with a gay Indian American speaker 5 years ago, our family would have chosen a different school. Think about the families that might choose a different school because of this. Think about the families that won't be part of our community because of this. I think some of you have thought about the families that won't join our community because of this, and you're pretty okay with it. As the parent of a child with a learning disability in this district, the fact that this school board voted unanimously to cancel this assembly and effectively censor an anti-bullying message sickens me. Every member of this school board should be deeply ashamed of the damage this decision has done to this district's reputation. And I ask that they listen to the teachers, parents, and students and quickly reverse this decision before more damage is done. As a reminder, 4 board member seats are up for election in 2025. Bud Schaffner, Michael Gossert, Greg Roush, and Brian Drapp. Please vote in your local elections. And please don't forget come 2027.
Thank you. Mrs. Owens?
Judith Springman, Debbie Coffey.
May I have your name, ma'am, please?
Debbie Coffey.
Okay, may I have another name, Mrs. Owens? Go ahead.
Susan
Hi.
Burt.
I'm a 30-year resident of this school district. My daughter graduated from Cumberland Valley, and I'm going to give up my time so that younger people can speak more eloquently than me based on what I've seen already. I just want to stand here to ask you all to please right your wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
Hi.
Owens, may I have another name, please?
Susan Burt, John Flood.
My name is Susan Burt, and I am going to start at the very end, just in case I don't make it through everything. I did want to tell you that I have seen several other and excellent anti-bullying programs, which exclusively includes the whole student body. It's not just somebody standing there talking and I don't know what Mr. Pancholy would be saying, but what I've seen is that they use the students, and in that way, the program, which was student-led, would be all inclusive. Because there's students that when I saw these programs, they had students that had problems across the board. things we never even would think of. And it was amazing because it was all from the students, solely from them. They were great. So there's other great programs out there. Okay. I think I hear bullying. Okay, myself, okay. I am an evangelical Christian, and I am usually canceled because of my views. And is that bullying? Of course it is. I'm canceled and I'm marginalized. I'm proud of who I am. I am an evangelical Christian, and I'll never back down from that. I fully support the fact that bullying must be addressed, and it has no place in our schools and should not be condoned. The developing minds of our children are unwritten books and should be focused on educational curriculum. To ensure a respectful and unbiased conversation, it is critical for any speaker to prepare an outline with the topics to be discussed. There are many ways to instill knowledge in our children regarding bullying. The National Institute of Mental Health state that children's brains are not fully developed until their mid to late 20s. NYU.edu's article, A Most Impressionable Age, quote, states that this is the time when kids are the most impressionable, vulnerable, and malleable. Every social interaction they have, every relationship they form, every event that happens has the ability to leave a lasting impression on them and impact who they become in the future.
Thank you.
This article,
Thank you.
that was it. Okay.
Mrs. Owens,
John
Smith.
Flood, Kristen Santos.
Mr. Flood, go ahead.
Oh,
Here we go.
the board, in its decision last week, used the power of government to discriminate against an author simply because he was gay. And you sent a clear message to our community that yes, everyone is equal, but some people are more equal than others. When I ran for a seat on this school board as a write-in candidate, I ran on the principle that every person in our community has worth and value in the eyes of their creator, and that our schools should not be used as tools to sow seed of discrimination in our schools. Unfortunately, I did not win. After my loss, I received an email from a group of students who thanked me for standing up for them and giving them a voice. I responded to those students to let them know that I would always fight for them and that I will never back down. I am sure that they are listening to this evening, and I want them to know that not just me, but this entire community is behind them. As a veteran, I am trained to run to the sound of the guns, and the guns, my friends, are sounding in Cumberland Valley School District, so I am running towards them. This time, I will not carry a weapon of war, but something much more powerful, and that is my love for my fellow human beings, regardless of who they love, the color of their skin, or their religion. Hate and bigotry are only allowed to live when good people refuse to act and sit on the sidelines, hoping that someone else dares to stand up. That is not in my DNA. And I stand here today because my sitting down will only harm people. I speak out because my silence will only help those who are oppressing us. And I fight because surrender must never be an option when human dignity is threatened. This board sits on a precipice, and your decision tonight will be written in the annals of history. The eyes and conscience of our community, Pennsylvania, and our nation are fixed firmly on our small community. Future generations of Americans will judge each of you based on the decision that you make here tonight. Before you make that decision, I want you to think about what would you do if your child or grandchildren were one of the children who spoke here tonight and talked about the bullying and bigotry and hatred that they've experienced. What message would you send to them? Will you make them feel welcome? And will you tell them that they are worthy of the empathy of our community? Martin Luther King said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it points towards justice." The world is watching us tonight. Do the right thing.
Thank you. Mrs. Owens?
Kristen Santos, Cora Hebert.
Hi, I'm Kristen Santos, and I will cut my comments down to two things that haven't been mentioned as much tonight. First of all, if any of you on the board have over the last week felt harassed or attacked or felt fear or felt confused about what you have done, I hope you sit with that, because that is what the people, the students who are in marginalized communities feel every single day at school. So sit with that. The other thing that I want to speak about is that I'm here to support all of the LGBTQ plus members of the community who have felt attacked by this, but I also want to speak up for the members of the AAPI community, of which my two students, one who recently graduated and one who's a student at the high school, are members of that community. And I was so hopeful that we would have the speaker here and he would be a representative, because representation matters, and it would be fantastic to have someone like him speak. So I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Mrs. Owens?
Cora Hebert,
It's Cora
Nancy
Hebert.
Hebert, Nancy Jameson.
I have shortened what I'm going to say to give the opportunity for students to speak. This board's decision to cancel the assembly at Mountain View Middle School was based upon the speaker being openly gay. Board members stating, "I know he's a homosexual activist. He's proud of his lifestyle, and I don't think that should be imposed on our students," are blatant homophobic statements. The board should be ashamed of their words and their actions. Due to the local and national news coverage, America has its eye on Cumberland Valley. Fortunately, the actions and the beliefs of this board do not represent the majority of residents or our courageous superintendent and the district's cabinet level administration. The cabinet level administration continues to fight for the students' well-being and encourages each student to recognize their own inner strengths and self-worth. In closing, I would also like to share my concerns about two board members that I feel are associated with Moms for Liberty, an organization that spreads rhetoric against the LGBTQ community. I believe a rather lengthy speech by one of the board members tonight is evidence of that association of Mothers of Liberty. My hope is that our community has made it clear tonight that we expect leaders to provide a safe and inclusive community for all. To the board, I say this: inclusion is not just inviting others to sit at your table, it's believing they belong there.
Thank you. Mrs. Owens?
Nancy Jameson, Kim Nagel.
Hi, I'm Nancy Jameson. I have two children who graduated from Cumberland Valley High School. They are Chinese. I just wanted to make a curriculum statement tonight, and I'm going to read through some names real fast. This won't take long. Michelangelo, Henry David Thoreau, Hans Christian Andersen, Herman Melville, Truman Capote, Sylvia Plath, Edna St. Vincent Millay, Noel Coward, P.H. Lawrence, Gore Vidal, Somerset Maugham, James Baldwin, Walt Whitman, Tennessee Williams, John Milton, Emily Dickinson. Artists, writers, poets, prize winners, activists, and sometimes not very polite, and they were all gay. Given the chance, this school board would have canceled them all on the same grounds they have used in this current situation. This is a national embarrassment to all of us who value legitimate education and want our children to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Owens?
Kim Nagel, Angela Camps.
Let me get your name, ma'am.
Yes, hi, my name's Angela Camps, but I will yield my time because most of the comments that I was going to make have already been made. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Owens?
Johanna Bird, Megan Bieber.
Your name, ma'am?
Joanna Bird.
Okay, may I have another name, Mrs. Owens, please?
Yeah, Megan Bieber.
Go ahead,
Right.
ma'am.
Hello, my name is Joanna Bird, and I am a mom, a social worker, and a member of this community. My child is a CV alumni class of 2022. I want to focus on the word activist, which was being used as the rationale from those who say it was not because of Mr. Pancholy's sexual orientation. Mr. Pancholy is an activist, and because of that, this board voted to cancel his presentation. But you know who else is an activist? Literally every person here. Because whether you're on the board, a staff member, or in the audience, whether you're for or against this issue, because being an activist just means that you're a person who takes action on behalf of creating political or social change. And nobody would be here tonight if they didn't have an interest in creating political or social change. None of you would have bothered to run for the school board if that wasn't of interest. And the audience surely would have something better to do at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday night than be here speaking if they weren't inspired to bring their physical presence to the room. To illustrate that point, I researched some of the most influential activists of the century. And some of it was the people you might expect, like Martin Luther King, Gandhi, Gloria Steinem, Rosa Parks, but also Steve Irwin, crocodile hunter, Henry David Thoreau, and Florence Nightingale. So yes, Maulik Pancholy is an activist. He's an activist against childhood bullying. A deep dive document that he didn't write, located on a website he's barely associated with, does not prove he is anything more than that. Students who are bullied are more likely to have low self-esteem, poor school performance, headaches, stomach aches, problems sleeping, and mental health issues. Skipping ahead a tiny little bit, middle school kids are at that stage of development where they have a strong desire to be accepted and a part of that group, and anyone outside of what's considered normal is highly likely to be criticized. I was a victim like that when I was in 6th grade at my neighborhood bus stop, harassed every day because I was weird, without the knowledge that would come years later that it was because of undiagnosed ADHD. And as that bullying progressed, eventually I also felt so alone and isolated and worthless that I strongly considered suicide. During that time, I never once told any adult what was going on. So that's not something that you can count on either. I'm grateful for people like Maulik Pancholy for their activism in preventing bullying and understanding those who are different. If even a few less children have to endure that hardship, or at a minimum know that they are less alone, then his talk will have been well worth it.
Thank you. Mrs. Owens?
Megan Bieber, Catherine Shivers.
Have two more names, please.
Travis Woodyard, Angelina Romano.
Little height problem here. All right. As I start, I just want to address a couple of things from Ms. Pottinger at the beginning when she talks about us needing counselors and psychologists to battle the bully problem. I absolutely agree with that, but I think we need a multifaceted approach to that. And I think this bullying assembly, or anti-bullying assembly, I guess, is an important component to that. To Mr. Schaffner, thank you for your apology. I hope that it wasn't gaslighting. I hope this has been a moment for you to reflect. I did note that when asked who on the board had read any of Mr. Pancholy's books, that you were the only one that I saw raise his hand. So for that, I say thank you. I would like to go on record for saying, though, that being gay is not a lifestyle. Being gay is not a choice, nor is being gay a political ideology. As a member of the LGBTQ+ community, my sexuality does not define who I am. I'm a proud gay man, but I'm also a husband, a father of 2 Hampden Elementary students, a first responder, a public servant, a community volunteer, and most importantly, a kind human being. I would like to say to the LGBTQ plus youth and those allies and their peers in school that spoke tonight, you inspire me. It does get better. And it's because of you speaking up and your peers and your allies speaking up, it's getting better by leaps and bounds. The act of bullying this board committed from its position of authority is disgraceful, and I don't believe it's representative of our broader Cumberland Valley community. I ask, as this board considers its actions last week and the potential path forward, that it does so with kindness. I ask that each of you take a moment to consider what this assembly may mean, not only to the LGBTQ plus community and the AAPI community, but to all those who have been a victim of bullying, an uncomfortable witness to bullying, or maybe even the unknowing bully. Together, we can ensure that CV schools are welcoming and inclusive for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Owen?
Angelina Romano, Dr. Manpreet Singh.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angelina Romano. I'm a resident here in Cumberland Valley School District. I'm also an alum of the class of 2013. I'm a part-time adolescent mental health therapist. I'm a proud social worker. And the identity that I'm most proud of is that I am a public educator, work in a local school district, and I am a proud public servant. I'm here tonight to let you know that we enter this field for the love of public service, and we enter this field because we want to support young people. Our public educators are under attack, and this vote by the board was an act that undermined the educators running these buildings with expertise and advanced degrees. Board members are not experts in education, your administrators are. As a resident, I am deeply troubled and I'm embarrassed by the board's discriminatory actions. As a therapist that serves children primarily, I am gravely concerned about the actions that you guys took last Monday night. It has truly been a sorrowful and a sobering realization for me to realize that your actions have likely solidified feelings of children in our community who are struggling with their own identities. It makes them feel isolated, and they feel further isolated because they're hearing from their own community members that people like them are not welcome in schools. I want to applaud Dr. Blanchard tonight for his leadership and the rest of the district administration for distancing itself from the board and from this decision. I know that Dr. Blanchard is early in his superintendency, and the first few months are a vulnerable time for any leader. I hope that you feel validated standing on the right side of history with this. Your staff are privileged to work under your courageous leadership. I hope that the board does reconcile its actions tonight, and I hope that you guys all choose to follow the steps that your leader has set. So looking forward to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Owen?
Dr. Manpreet Singh, Yvonne Weisenot.
We have two other names, please.
Kristen Andrews, Alana Montgomery.
Two other names, please.
Vincent Corrado, Jennifer Krovic.
We have two other names, please.
Yurjit Sav, Shirley Knox.
We have two other names, please. Wait, 1 second. 1 second. Okay. You go ahead. And what's your name?
Bridget Sam.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Roop Sal. I go by Roop. It's the name my grandmother gave me. I'm a freshman in CV, and as hard as I may try to differentiate myself from the hooligans at my school, I am not unlike every other high schooler. I lose sleep, I eat bad food, I worry about tests, I stay up late, I spend hours studying. And every day I wake up to do it all again. And I can't complain. CV is a great school, and I'm glad for the opportunity that it provides to me as an immigrant. I bring this up because I am friends with many, many queer people, to the point where I've been accused of being one myself. Am I? Well, I had this whole bit about, oh, it's really not your business, and it really isn't. But yes, I am. But what I can say is that I'm so grateful for them. They've helped me through thick and thin, reeled me from the brink of mental health crises that we all experience, and helped me make memories I don't think I'll ever forget. But at the same time, my heart feels for them. Every day, we're harassed, bullied, catcalled, called slurs in the hallways, had death threats, and had to deal with generally deplorable behavior. And so I wondered, is this worth it? What could possibly compel someone to go through all of this suffering? And I only have one answer for you. It's to live a life that's worth living. Because the alternative is to hide in the shadows for your entire life, wondering what could have been. Being gay is not a choice. It's not a lifestyle. It's a part of your soul as integral as being white or American is, as to so many of you. And so I applaud all of those who find the strength to wake up every day in the midst of hate crimes and having to go to class and hear a classmate tell them about how we should just kill all the gays. To listen to the people that constantly deny them the right to exist and are still able to say no. To say that they will not shirk down, to stand in the face of terror and tell it that I am here. I may not be much, but I do exist. And to have that strength is one of the hardest things I think someone can do. And I bring this up because to be able to see an openly queer man who is the same ethnicity as so much of us would have been incredible as a middle schooler. Middle school was such a rough patch, and being able to see that, yes, you can be both gay and happy at the same time, maybe would have stopped me from wanting to kill myself. It's such a cruel irony that a talk against bullying was bullied out of existence. And I have perspective. I'm just a freshman. I can't hope to change the minds of all of you with one speech. All I can hope for is to be heard. Because no matter what happens, no matter what decision you make, we are still here. We do exist, and not because of any lifestyle or choice or grooming or what the media says, but because this is the only way for us to live. Thank you.
Mrs. Owens, I have 2 names, please.
Shirley Knox, Jason Snyder.
I have one more name, please, Mrs. Owens.
Mario de la Barrera.
Good, Jason.
I'm glad so many taxpayers finally came to a board meeting. We have a huge crisis at hand. Over 2 years ago, I spoke at a CV board meeting, ironically at Mountain View, that we would be in bankruptcy in 5 years. At the time, I was ignored, laughed at, and even shouted at. On April 6th, this administration finally admitted that we will run out of cash in 2 years. April 6th was the annual budget meeting. And just like last year, I was the only person watching who wasn't a board member or CV employee. They admitted that even if taxes are raised to the maximum level allowed, our current deficit would still be 7 million. Few board members have been requesting information on consulting and asking to see the entire budget. Board president chastised them for asking and refused their requests, clearly to unethically protect something. This all came out at the April 6th meeting. From my observation, some of these members were looking to make cuts to consultants instead of teachers. And at the same time, it seems, unfortunately, administration only suggested either zero cuts or cutting staff, i.e. teachers. It seems like he is using teachers as a pawn to get his budget passed and keep all consultants. If CV goes bankrupt, this state would take over. We would lose our representatives. No matter what your politics are, this is the most important issue facing CV. Demand that the board president, and admin open the budget to all board members. Help save our district and our teachers. The superintendent sat at the last meeting. I was there. And during the discussion and the vote over the speaker, he was silent. He didn't move. He didn't flinch. Was the issue with the speaker discussed during the exec meeting beforehand by the superintendent? What about this emergency exec meeting you had afterwards? Is that what you held it for? Did you discuss it there? Did the board president or superintendent call for meetings immediately with all of you to discuss, or any of you? Or did you just get ambushed by the letter? Because to me, I feel like as if it was weaponized, it was used incorrectly. I'm not sure you care. How will people feel about you using it as a distraction to hide the budget issues when we go bankrupt in 2 years? Stop refusing to open up the budget. Everyone should do right to know requests and dig into this yourselves. Help save Cumberland Valley. Thank you.
Michelle Dotsey, Andrew Shumway,
Oh, no, one sec. We got Mr. De La.
Mario De La Barrera.
Okay, go ahead, Mario.
Good evening, everyone. I serve many roles in the district. I am a teacher. I am an immigrant. I am Cumberland Valley Education Association leadership. I am also the proud parent of 3 CV students who you heard this evening. And 4 out of 5, what's one more, right? So first and foremost, I am incredibly proud of my children, incredibly proud of my wife. I also stand as a parent and as a resident with the teachers, the staff, the students, and the administration of this wonderful school district. Personally, I understand the impact of what we have here. I know what it's like to be bullied from elementary school all the way into high school. The majority of my family here are also understanding of that, as they are members of the LGBTQ+ community. My family also has a variety of beliefs, and thankfully, they haven't tried to cash in on the life insurance policy despite our differences. However, these differences and perspectives have allowed me to not only become a better parent, a better educator, and a better person. We need to repair the damage that has occurred, because as a society, when we know better, we must do better. Our board has the opportunity to make a difference in the lives of our students, and there is a high level of commitment that we all owe each other. The job of the school board is not one that is easy, and while we do have our differences, we all must come together to put forth our most valuable asset, which is that of our students. And as my educator friends know, we must Maslow before we bloom. I want to thank the CV community for rallying tonight. However, I encourage our community to stay active. Support your schools by knowing what's going on. Understand the impact that is being made in our school board meetings, such as the topic of the budget that is coming up on May 6th, and how that would impact our own children, our schools, and as our community as a whole. Reach out to your schools, get involved in your PTOs, and read the newsletters that your school leaders send out. They do spend a lot of time on those. The way to move forward is to continue the conversation. We must continue to advocate through meaningful dialogue. I never want any of my children or students to feel that they are less than and go through the bullying that I personally endured. However, as you heard, I couldn't protect my children as parents. But indeed, I am thankful for the support that the community has given my children and also my students. We can collaboratively work together to ensure that our students all feel a sense of belonging, each and every single one of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Owens?
Michelle Dotsey, Andrew Shumway.
Andrew Shumway, don't know.
Megan Robertson,
We had a problem with the timer. We have 4. There is a light on the end of the tunnel. All right. Sir, you ready?
Yes,
Thank you.
All right. Good evening. My name is Andrew Shumway. I have to admit, I came here tonight really hot and very angry, but I've become very encouraged by the show of support here tonight and the eloquence of the speakers who have come before me, especially our students here. Look at the numbers here that are still here this evening, sacrificing their time to explicitly let you know where this community stands. Like many here, I stand with the teachers, staff, administrators, and student body. And I do not stand with certain members of this school board to whom I am here to direct my concerns because they've brought shame and disgrace to the district, depicting this district to the nation as a place of ignorance, intolerance, and bigotry. I trust by now you have decided the right course of action, and I presume the decision will be reversed. But let me be clear, tonight is about you facing your critics, because apparently you need to hear this and you need to be raked through the coals all evening. And hopefully this is an educational experience for you to see what the voice of the community is. As a result of your actions on April 15th, I have lost all confidence in this board to govern effectively. I'm especially concerned with some of the newly elected members, and they seem to be operating with a mandate to serve their own views rather than the views of the community that are being expressed tonight. I hope this will be a lesson for you to stop hijacking meetings with your own agendas, bringing in biased and incomplete information, and forcing votes without adequate deliberation. Please do better and strive to actually govern effectively. Stop micromanaging our well-qualified administration and staff, and let the people who know how to run schools and actually understand education do their job and get out of their way. If you can't give the interests of the school district and the community, then resign and let somebody else do it. I think the show of support tonight is a clear illustration that you have not been operating in the community's best interest. You clearly have done harm. Do better. Thank you.
Mrs. Jones,
Megan Robertson, Adam Knapp.
Robertson, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Megan Robertson. I'm a Hampton Township resident, a 2002 graduate of Cumberland Valley High School, the mom of a CV third grader, and tonight I am an activist. Mr. Barrick and Mrs. Pottinger, you have attended many, many school board meetings over the last few years. I've heard the two of you make public comments to grandstanding for what you thought was important at the time. That is activism. Mr. Barrett, I watched you read Hop on Pop by Dr. Seuss for 3 minutes during your public comment, and that was activism. Mrs. Pottinger, I watched you bring signs and charts and data, and that was activism. All of that was activism. And I'm sure that neither of you considered that political activism because not all activism is political. But you are activists. Mr. Pancholy calls himself an activist, that he engages in activism. His type of activism is providing anti-bullying assemblies and publicly speaking out against bullying. Activism and being activist is not a 4-letter word. It is what we're all doing when we stand here in front of the school board and speak out publicly for the 3 minutes that we're given. And since I have time left in my 3 minutes, I have a few requests. First and foremost, I'd like that the board reinstate Mr. Pancholy's anti-bullying assembly. Secondly, I'd like the entire board to apologize publicly for embarrassing Cumberland Valley School District on a national and international level. And if you can't apologize for that, you need to resign. And finally, I would like for the board to attend diversity, equity, and inclusion training. to show your unwavering support of our LGBTQIA plus community, staff members, students, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Owen?
Adam Knapp. That's the
We're
fine.
good. They filled out the form. Didn't know they already did.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay. We'll move on to action items. I told you there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Reconsideration of the board director's cancellation of the May 22nd assembly at Mountain View Middle School. Is there a motion from the floor?
Greg. Greg. I have a comment.
I need to have a motion before there's any comments or any discussion. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Schaffner?
I'd like to make a motion that the Board of School Directors approve the May 22nd, 2024 Mountain View Middle School Assembly featuring Maulik Pancholy as originally scheduled, with the understanding that the administration will follow standard administrative procedures such as opting out regarding student assemblies.
I have a motion and I have a second. Do I have any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Drapp?
I'm one of only two board members that did not have a statement at the beginning, and it was intentional. I want to take it before I made any comment. I want to take in what was said by the other board members, what was said by Dr. Blanchard, and what was said in the 3+ to 4 hours of public comment. I appreciate everybody coming out here. I know some people had to leave, but I appreciate it from both sides. I mean, it's the only way we get voices heard, you know, and there's a couple speakers on either side, some in the middle even, that I drew from. I do wish more people would come out to regular board meetings. Next one's May 6th. It's the more involvement of the community, I think the better the outcome when we hear the voices. My takeaways from this tonight, I really wish we could get to a point, we all aren't agreeing. The board doesn't agree all the time. Y'all don't agree all the time with each other. But there's a way to get your point across. There's so much passion out there. I like to see that. However, there's a line, you really, your message is much more powerful if there's some respect as far as to each other, no matter what your viewpoint is. It's a much more powerful voice. So how did we get here? I cannot believe we're where we're at right now, but we are here. And this is the process that we all have to go through. As one speaker said, hey, we're elected officials. This is part of it. This is unpleasant at times, hey, but that's part of it. And do we learn? Yes. Have I changed my views on certain things? Yes. Some, no. As far as the homework comment, that's probably accurate as far as how we initially got here. No, we didn't do our homework. And we all bear responsibility of this. You know, Mr. Gossard gets the brunt of this, and he wasn't even there. And I do appreciate Mr. Gossard taking the time to mention he has personal stuff going on, and he's here though. Mr. Roush through this, you know, he's sacrificed tremendous amount of time, you know, energy, sacrificing times. It's very stressful times. Same thing goes for Dr. Blanchard, and you probably throw Mr. Cassidy in there too. So we didn't do our homework. We didn't. Since then, I have done my stuff, and you know, my final vote tonight will not probably be. You all won't agree with it, but at this point, maybe I change my mind in the future. But I was very clear at that meeting what my vote was. It was based on the activist part. It's on either side. We can agree to disagree. Can my view be changed sometime in the future? Yeah, possibly. But my biggest thing is we go back, we got the budget coming up, which is a big issue too. But staying with this, how could we have done this better? And this is applicable to the budget and going forward. I thoroughly believe if there's differences of opinion, the only way to get to resolution is get all the nasty stuff on the table. Until you do that, you have no idea what you're dealing with or how to deal with it. I really wish, from the administration standpoint, yes, there is that letter of loss of confidence in the board where the majority of the board never knew about it till we saw it, never knew about the other one till we saw it. And the first time we hear from the superintendent is earlier today, in 9 days. First time from the president in 8 days. There's 9 people on here and, our president board needs to lean on all of us. The strength of the board is the collective experience and skills of all of us. Same thing from hearing all the voices here. There's other things we could have done if we would have got all the stuff on the table, voice that, we could have had, whether it's meeting, the board with the teachers, the board with the students, I don't know. But there had to be some things we could have done before we got here, and this thing just raged like a fire, and we're all over. We have I'm not on a clock. Well, I'm not on a clock. So I'm gonna finish, Mr. Roush, can I finish my points?
Let him finish his points, please.
Thank you. I don't have much further. So there's other things we could have done, and I hope in the future we can do those. Now, the last point of this. Yeah, many of you know, I'm a retired senior naval officer, and I believe in command responsibility. All of us are in command here, and we bear responsibility. I've got the nastiest emails to me about stuff that are way beyond the bullying part of it. That's part of it, okay? 95% of all the comments here are the projection of Mr. Shafter's lifestyle comments projected on the entire board. That wasn't the case of the whole board. Wasn't the case of me. Well, that was another issue. Never said it, but this is turned in totally to the lifestyle, okay? At times, I think everyone needs to take responsibility. There's apologies by people and everyone has to do it. But certain times I have learned in command, there's a certain point, if you go over a line, apology doesn't cut it. And I will go on record right now as a sitting board member, Mr. Shafter's apology is not enough. I asked for him to step down immediately.
All right, that's enough. Mr. Drapp, that's not getting out of line. Finish your comments.
Okay.
Mrs.
I'd like to make
Mrs.
a,
Esther.
yes, I'd like to make a comment since I second the motion. And by the way, Mr. Verber, I have to say, thank you. I do hold him accountable a little bit. He needed to be in my corner last time. So thanks for being here, Mr. Gossert. I do agree with one of the comments that, there were many. And by the way, I was applauding every one of those students who had the courage to be here tonight and comment. It took a lot, especially when we have the whole world watching us. I just wanted to say that the one comment I did agree, I want to reiterate is that it isn't a mistake of what I voted for, that it was wrong. And I'm going to own that. Tonight, I have the opportunity to make it right. I was misinformed, and I will say, by Mr. Drapp's breaking the policy comments and statements after his motion. And I should have followed my no vote to add it to the agenda. But again, I will own it. I have learned this evening that I will be stronger than I was. And I'm sorry. And I'm glad the other lady also said to apologize. I have it here. I wrote it. I'm sorry that I didn't follow my gut. And I'm sorry to bring shame to CV because I want to change the headlines. Dr. Blanchard's thorough information after the fact that it was an anti-bullying assembly and all the students' comments tonight, as well as the parents, really reiterate that not only do I feel it's quite appropriate to have the assembly, but I encourage Dr. Euchre and Dr. Rawls to invite him to the high school and Eagle View. Because it's obviously a need, and I recognize that. I'm a parent too. I'm actually glad he left, but I have a senior who is autistic and has ADHD, and I know what bullying is. And he's a good kid, and I love this school district. So I want you all to know that I hope that we can show the nation and the world that after this evening, we can come together, even if we disagree, to do the right thing and to be proud again of the CV we love. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rouch. Okay, one second.
Mr. Rouch, Mr. Schaffner, you have the floor. I request a roll call vote.
Mr. Rouch, if you would, I have.
One at a time. If you want to speak, get the attention of the chair. I will acknowledge you and then you will speak. Mr. Barrick?
Thank you. So I'm disappointed that after tonight, we've heard from a lot of folks. Obviously, there's a lot of folks on both sides of this issue, because what some of you may not realize is you didn't have access to our email boxes this week where there are things coming through. I'm hurt that after we had a chance to correct this for everyone, including the parents that wrote us thanking us for canceling the assembly, that we maybe didn't make a motion whereby the assembly could be held after hours, and those who wanted to attend and wanted their children to attend could attend, and those who didn't wouldn't. I suspect at this point, if we pass this motion as it was made, that we may have a lot of kids out sick on the day, because that is the only choice you've given parents as opposed to giving some parental choice. Finally, I'll leave it at this, because I had many folks that want to talk about political activism, and Maulik Pancholy is simply coming here to talk about bullying. That very well may be true, but I'd like everybody to stop and think what the response from this district would have been if it had been announced that we were having a pastor come in to discuss loving one another. Thank you.
Mr. Rouch.
Mrs. Pottinger.
So we did rush our vote. We acknowledged that we had a lot of things that we could have done better last Monday. And so with that, we had a NATO vote. During this last week, we have had a lot of emails, a lot. And they have been on both sides. I've read them all. And my motion was going to be, because this is what some of my constituents did. I realize that some of you are my constituents out there as well, and I did read your emails. I also read theirs, that they asked that it would be an after-school program where it could accommodate all students and families and give the opportunity to attend for that and to plan. So I realize that's not going to be the vote. We already had a motion for something else. I need to represent all. We're talking about representing all the students. Again, I brought harm to the district, and I apologize for that. And so I still have constituents that I need to represent for that. I think going forward,
Okay, let Mrs. Pottinger finish her statement.
I was elected to this position and I'm going to do my best to represent all students. So I do apologize for the harm that it caused, and I want to make sure that we get that right. I think one of the biggest things that I heard, and I thank everybody for coming out and saying what they said, and for the students that came out and spoke. We have a serious problem with bullying, and it seems like it has been for a very long time. What have we been doing if it's getting worse? So what I'm saying is we need to do this and not just have an author that may be able to address it to some extent. We need to have a comprehensive program that I want to make sure that we pay attention to so that all our students are represented, but that also that we do something that's actually going to make a difference, because if it's grown exponentially, what we're doing isn't working and we need to make that change. Thank you.
Mr. Rash, I'd like to make a comment.
Mr. Clancy?
Yeah, before I start with my comment on Mr. Schaffner's motion, there's been a lot of accusations in videos that have been posted to Facebook and then shared on other Facebook pages. And apparently they come from very reliable, very accurate sources. And I want to clear up two of those right now. Dr. Blanchard, has anybody on this board threatened your job or the job of any of your cabinet since that letter was released?
The answer is no.
Thank you. Mr. Schaffner, were you duped or tricked into making your motion and the ensuing vote on the 15th, Monday night?
Mr. Clancy, you're going to need to stick to the motion in hand. Do you have any other comments?
So since we're not going to follow up those rumors, I've heard from hundreds of residents over the last week. These residents come from all walks of life, many different faith groups, and represent many different backgrounds. I have read every email that I have received. And believe me, there are many different viewpoints on this topic. In order for parents to exercise their rights in their children's education, I would like the motion amended to make this an opt-in assembly. And for those who choose to keep their children out for the day, on the day of the assembly, to have an asynchronous day of instruction.
Is there a second? Hearing none?
I choose not, Mr. Roush. I choose not to amend the motion and I call the question.
Okay, the motion will stand as Mr. Schaffner has presented it. Is there any other discussion?
Yes, Mr. Roush, I have a question. Yeah, I have a question for Dr. Blanchard, because Mr. Barrett brought up that there's no alternative. And I'm sure maybe he's going to utilize the "I'm still new," but we've all had the same access to the information for the last week since late last Monday night. And that information, Dr. Blanchard, from Mr. Hosenfeld from Mountain View, said that a letter would be going home that would provide an alternate activity. Is that correct, Dr. Blanchard?
Over the course of the last several years, we've had several authors come in and we've always offered an opt-out for all of our author events at the middle schools.
So then just a point of clarification, Mr. Barrick, the alternative is not, the only alternative is not just to keep your kids at home. There's another activity for students. This is an opportunity to appeal to everybody involved. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Mr. Roush,
Mr. Schaffner?
parliamentary point of order. I'm calling the question for the second time.
Okay, we will call the question. We will do doing a roll call vote. I'm going to ask the audience, sit tight, please be quiet so we can have a vote. I'll have the secretary announce the vote when it's done. I just ask everyone to be quiet so we can take the vote. Mrs. Owens, would you be so kind as to do a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Barrick,
Mr. Roush, could you please reread the motion?
Mr. Roush, I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Made a motion that the Board of School Directors approve the May 22nd, 2024 Mountain View Middle School Assembly featuring Mr. Maulik as originally scheduled, with the understanding that the administration will follow standard administrative procedures such as opting out regarding student assembly.
Mrs. Owens?
Mr. Barrick,
No.
Mr. Clancy,
No.
Mr. Drapp,
No.
Mr. Ford,
After 16 of our most precious speakers are students, I vote yes.
Mr. Gossert,
Yes.
Mrs. Nestor,
Yes.
Mrs. Pottinger, Mr. Roush,
Most definitely a yes.
Mr. Schaffner,
Yes.
Mrs. Owens, may I have the vote, please?
5-4 motion to carry.
5-4 motion. Motion approved. May I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? May I have a vote, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ladies and gentlemen, we're adjourned. Thank you.